I was 24 years old when I took the job at the Northern Research Station in the Brooks Range. It was a position that most people would have turned down without a second thought. The pay was decent, but the isolation was absolute. My task was simple enough on paper. I had to monitor the weather patterns and snow density for a private geological firm that was scouting the area for potential mining sites. I am the kind of person who enjoys my own company, so I did not mind the silence. I actually looked forward to it. I packed my gear and flew out on a bush plane in early November. The pilot dropped me off on a frozen lake and told me he would be back in 3 weeks to check on me. He did not stay long. He kept the engine running and shouted that the sky looked heavy. He was gone before the sound of his propeller faded into the white horizon. The cabin was a sturdy structure of cedar and stone tucked against the side of a granite ridge. It was small but well insulated. I spent my first few days setting up my equipment and establishing a routine. I would wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning while it was still pitch black outside. I would boil water on the propane stove and check the barometric pressure. Then I would head out into the cold to take core samples of the ice. The temperature stayed around 40 degrees below zero. At that level of cold, the air does not feel like air anymore. It feels like a solid weight pressing against your chest. You have to be careful not to breathe too deeply or you will sear your lungs. I was experienced and I was careful. I followed every safety protocol to the letter. The first week went by without any issues. I was making good progress and the data was consistent. But on the 8th night, the wind stopped. It did not just die down, it vanished. The silence that followed was heavy and unnatural. I sat by my small wood stove reading a book by the light of a kerosene lamp. I felt a strange sensation on the back of my neck. It was a prickling feeling like someone was watching me through the window. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. I got up to check the thermometer on the porch. The mercury had bottomed out. It was colder than the device could even measure. I stepped out onto the porch to see if the northern lights were active. The sky was clear and the stars were incredibly bright. That was when I saw it. About 200 yards away near the edge of the frozen lake, a flicker of light appeared. At first I thought it was a campfire. I felt a surge of relief thinking that another human was nearby. Perhaps a hunter or another researcher had gotten lost. I started to put on my heavy parka to go help them, but then I stopped. I looked closer at the light. It was not the warm orange or yellow of a normal fire. It was a brilliant electric blue. It did not flicker or dance in the way a wood fire does. It stayed perfectly still like a solid object. I grabbed my binoculars from the table and stepped back outside. I focused the lenses on the blue glow. There were no logs and there was no smoke. The light was coming directly out of the ice. It looked like a jagged spear of sapphire flame rising 5 feet into the air. I watched it for 10 minutes. The most unsettling thing was the way the surrounding snow reacted to it. Normally, a fire would melt the snow and create a ring of dark slush. But this blue flame seemed to be causing the snow to grow. White crystals were climbing up the base of the fire like frost on a window pane. I felt a deep sense of dread that I could not explain. My gut told me to stay inside and lock the door. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. I told myself it was a pocket of methane gas escaping from the lake bed. I told myself it was some kind of rare atmospheric phenomenon or a chemical reaction I did not understand. But methane fires do not turn the air around them into a deep freeze. I looked at the thermometer again. The needle had moved even further past the markings. I could hear the wood of the cabin groaning as it contracted under the extreme cold. I did not sleep that night. I sat by the stove and kept the fire burning as hot as I could. I noticed that even though the stove was filled with glowing embers, the temperature inside the cabin was dropping. I had to put on my wool blankets and my heavy coat just to stop shivering. Every few minutes I would peek out the window. The blue flame was still there. It had grown taller. It was now nearly 7 feet high, and the frost around it had spread into a wide circle of jagged white spikes. It looked like a crown of ice thorns. By the next morning, the blue fire was gone. There was no sign it had ever been there except for the strange formation of ice on the lake. I decided I had to investigate. I grabbed my ice axe and walked out toward the spot. As I got closer, the air became so cold it felt like needles piercing my skin. I reached the edge of the circle where the blue flame had been. The ice here was different. It was not the gray or white of the lake ice. It was a translucent blue, and it was incredibly hard. I swung my axe at a small protrusion to take a sample. The metal head of the axe hit the ice and shattered like glass. I stared at the broken tool in my hand. The steel had been rated for extreme temperatures, but it had turned brittle and snapped as if it were made of porcelain. I backed away slowly. I realized then that I was dealing with something that defied the laws of physics as I knew them. I went back to the cabin and tried to radio for help. I clicked the transmitter and spoke into the handheld unit. There was nothing but static. I tried the long-range radio on the desk, but it was dead. I opened the casing to check the wires, and I found that the copper internal components had been coated in a fine layer of blue frost. The heat from the cabin should have melted it, but the frost remained solid even as I touched it with my bare finger. It did not feel wet. It felt like a piece of dry ice that had been dipped in liquid nitrogen. My skin turned white instantly, and I lost all feeling in the tip of my finger. That afternoon, the sun stayed low on the horizon, and the sky turned a bruised purple color. I spent the hours trying to reinforce the cabin. I felt a desperate need to seal every crack and crevice. I used duct tape and old rags to plug the gaps around the door and the windows. I was terrified of that blue light coming back. I found myself talking out loud just to hear a human voice. I said that I would be fine and that the pilot would be back in 2 weeks. But deep down I knew that 2 weeks was a lifetime in this place. As the shadows lengthened, the blue flame appeared again. This time it was not on the lake. It was 50 yards closer to the cabin. It was burning right in the middle of the path I used to fetch water. I watched it through the window. It was taller and brighter than before. The silence was so absolute that I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat. Then I heard a new sound. It was a faint, high-pitched ringing like a crystal glass being struck by a silver spoon. The sound seemed to be coming from the blue fire. It was a beautiful sound, but it filled me with an overwhelming sense of grief. I felt like I wanted to cry, but I knew that if I did, my tears would freeze my eyelids shut. I realized that the fire was moving. It did not have legs, and it did not drift in the wind. It simply vanished from one spot and reappeared 10 feet closer to me. It was hunting. I do not know how I knew that, but the feeling was certain. It was seeking out the only source of heat in this frozen wasteland. It wanted the warmth of my stove and the warmth of my blood. I grabbed my shotgun from the rack. I knew that lead and powder would likely do nothing against a ghost of blue light, but it made me feel better to hold it. I watched the flame jump closer again. Now it was only 20 feet from the porch. The ringing sound grew louder until it was a deafening roar in my ears. The windows of the cabin began to crack. Spiders of white frost raced across the glass. I retreated to the center of the room and huddled by the wood stove. I fed the last of my seasoned oak into the fire. The flames inside the stove were orange and red, but they gave off no heat. I held my hands inches from the burning wood and felt nothing but an icy void. The blue fire outside was draining the energy from everything around it. It was a vacuum of heat. Suddenly, the front door groaned. The heavy timber began to warp and buckle. I saw the blue light leaking through the cracks I had taped shut. The duct tape turned white and crumbled away like dried leaves. I stood up and pointed the shotgun at the door. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold the weapon. I screamed for it to go away, but my voice sounded thin and weak. The door did not burst open. It simply began to disintegrate. The wood turned to a fine blue powder that fell to the floor in silent drifts. There was no man and there was no monster standing there. There was only the flame. It was a pillar of cold blue energy that pulsed with a slow rhythmic light. I fired both barrels of the shotgun. The pellets passed through the center of the flame and struck the trees behind it. The flame did not even flicker. Instead, it moved forward into the room. As it crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped so low that I felt my vision start to fail. My retinas were freezing. I scrambled backward and tripped over my supply crate. I fell onto the floor and watched as the blue flame moved toward the wood stove. It seemed interested in the orange fire. It touched the iron side of the stove and the metal turned white instantly. The orange flames inside the stove turned blue and then they simply went out. The wood was left frozen and shimmering with frost. The entity turned its attention toward me. I felt a wave of cold so intense that my heart began to skip beats. I knew that if it touched me, I would become a statue of blue ice. I reached out blindly, and my hand landed on the kerosene lamp I had left on the floor. It was still burning with a small yellow flame. In a moment of pure instinct, I threw the lamp at the base of the blue fire. The glass shattered and the kerosene ignited on the floor. For a split second, the yellow fire of the kerosene struggled against the blue void. There was a sound like a thunderclap, and a shockwave of pressure threw me against the back wall. The cabin was filled with a thick white mist. I lay on the floor gasping for air. The mist was cold, but the biting, lethal sting was gone. I waited for several minutes, my heart hammering against my ribs. When the mist cleared, the blue flame was gone. The cabin was a wreck. The door was gone and the stove was a frozen block of useless iron. My supplies were ruined and the temperature was still dangerously low, but the immediate threat had vanished. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my sleeping bag inside a small gear locker. It was the only place I could find that offered any protection from the wind that was now blowing through the open doorway. I did not sleep. I waited for the sun to rise. When it finally did, I gathered what little gear was still functional, and I started walking. I knew I could not stay in the cabin. I had to reach the emergency cache located 15 miles to the south. The walk was a nightmare. Every time I saw a flicker of blue in the distance, I nearly collapsed with terror. But I reached the cache 2 days later. It was a small underground bunker with a radio that worked. I called the firm and told them there had been an explosion and a fire. I did not tell them about the blue flame. I knew they would think I had suffered a mental breakdown from the isolation. When the bush plane arrived to pick me up, the pilot looked at the ruins of the cabin from the air. He shook his head as I climbed into the cockpit. He asked me what could have caused that kind of damage. I told him I did not know. As we flew away, I looked down at the lake. The circle of blue ice was still there. It was larger now, and from the air it looked like a giant, unblinking eye staring up at the sky. I left the geological firm a week later. I moved to the desert where the sun shines 300 days a year. I never want to be cold again. But sometimes at night when the house is quiet and the air conditioning kicks on, I feel a familiar prickle on the back of my neck. I look out the window and for a second I see a faint blue glow on the horizon. I know that the fire that burns cold is still out there. It is waiting in the dark places of the world where the heat of the sun cannot reach. My finger still has no feeling in the tip, and it remains a pale ghostly white. It is a permanent reminder that some things in the wilderness are not meant to be found. If you ever find yourself in the deep woods and the wind suddenly stops and the temperature begins to drop beyond reason, do not look for the light. Just run. Do not look back and do not stop until you feel the sun on your face, because once the blue fire finds you, it never truly lets you go. The desert heat of Arizona was a heavy blanket that I wrapped around myself every single day. I chose a small house in a valley where the sun baked the earth into a hard red crust. During the summer, the temperature often reached 115 degrees. Most people complained about the sweat and the dry air that made their throats feel like sandpaper. I did not complain. I stood on my porch and let the sun beat down on my skin until it was pink and stinging. I needed that heat to feel alive. I needed it to convince myself that the blue fire was thousands of miles away. My life became a series of rituals designed to keep the cold at bay. I kept 3 space heaters in my bedroom even though the nights never dropped below 80 degrees. I never used the air conditioning. I let the house become an oven. The geological firm did not ask many questions after I resigned. They were satisfied with the report of a propane leak and a flash fire. They paid out my remaining contract and sent a replacement to the Brooks Range a month later. I never learned the name of the man who took my place. Sometimes I find myself looking at the news from the north or checking weather stations in the Arctic Circle. I look for reports of missing researchers or strange atmospheric lights. Most of the time, there is nothing but the standard reports of blizzards and shifting ice. But every so often, I see a headline about a station going dark or a pilot who found an empty cabin with the door missing. I turn off the computer and go sit in the sun when I see those things. The lack of feeling in my finger was the most difficult thing to ignore. The skin was a pale, translucent color that never tanned no matter how long I sat outside. It was always cold to the touch. If I pressed it against my cheek, it felt like a marble pulled from a freezer. I began to wear a thin leather glove on my right hand at all times. I told my neighbors it was a nerve injury from my time in the military. It was easier than explaining the truth. The truth was that a piece of me had already frozen solid, and I was terrified that the rest of my body would eventually follow. One afternoon in late August, the heat was particularly intense. The air was shimmering over the asphalt road, and the cicadas were screaming in the scrub brush. I was sitting in my living room with the windows open to let the hot breeze circulate. I was reading a book about desert flora when the sound of the cicadas suddenly stopped. It was not a gradual decline in noise. It was as if a conductor had signaled for total silence. I froze in my chair. The book slipped from my fingers and hit the floor with a dull thud. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. The air in the room did not change temperature immediately, but the quality of the light shifted. The bright yellow glare of the desert sun began to take on a sickly violet hue. I stood up and walked to the window. The sky was still clear and blue, but the shadows on the ground were wrong. They were too long and they were pointed in the wrong direction for the time of day. I checked the clock on the wall. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun should have been high and fierce. Instead, it looked pale and distant like a dying ember. I felt a familiar prickle on the back of my neck. I did not want to look at the horizon, but my eyes were drawn there by a force I could not resist. At the edge of my property, where the sand met the rocky foothills, a single point of light appeared. It was small at first, no larger than a coin, but it was that same electric blue that had haunted my dreams for months. It did not flicker in the heat haze. It sat perfectly still against the red earth. I felt a surge of panic that nearly choked me. I ran to the kitchen and turned on all the burners of the gas stove. I grabbed my space heaters and plugged them in. I wanted to create a wall of heat so thick that nothing cold could penetrate it. I watched the blue light from the kitchen doorway. It did not jump 10 feet at a time like it had in the Arctic. It moved slowly and steadily across the sand. As it passed over the dry desert grass, the blades did not burn. They turned white and shattered into dust. A lizard scurried across the path of the light and was instantly transformed into a jagged sculpture of ice. The thing was not just a fire. It was a predator that had tracked me across the continent. It had followed the trace of cold it had left in my finger. I realized then that I was a beacon for it. I grabbed a gallon of gasoline that I kept for the lawnmower. I ran out onto the porch and began to douse the wooden stairs and the dry bushes near the house. If fire was the only thing that could slow it down, I would turn my home into a funeral pyre. The blue light was now 50 yards away. The temperature on the porch was dropping rapidly. I could see my breath in the air. In the middle of the Arizona desert, in the height of summer, I was exhaling clouds of white vapor. The ringing sound started again. It was a low hum that vibrated in my teeth. It was the sound of molecular motion slowing to a crawl. I struck a match and dropped it onto the gasoline. A wall of orange flame erupted around the porch. The heat was immense, and for a moment I felt a sense of safety. I retreated inside and locked the door. I watched through the glass as the blue light reached the edge of the gasoline fire. The two forces met with a hiss that sounded like 1,000 snakes. The orange flames leaned away from the blue light as if they were afraid. The blue fire did not go around the obstacle. It began to absorb the heat. The wall of fire I had created started to turn pale. The bright oranges and reds faded into a dull gray, and then the fire simply vanished. The wood of the porch was left covered in a layer of thick blue frost. I knew the house would not hold it. I ran to the garage and jumped into my truck. I backed out through the closed garage door, shattering the wood and metal. I did not care about the damage. I shifted into drive and floored the accelerator. I looked in the rearview mirror as I sped down the dirt driveway. The blue flame was standing on the spot where I had been parked moments before. It was taller, now nearly 10 feet high. It looked like a jagged tooth of sapphire reaching for the sky. I drove for hours. I did not stop until I reached the center of the city, where the lights were bright and the pavement was radiating the heat of the day. I sat in a 24-hour diner, surrounded by the smell of grease and the sound of people talking. I stayed there until the sun came up. I did not go back to my house. I sold it through an agent and moved again. This time I did not go to the desert. I realized that the blue fire did not care about the environment. It carried its own environment with it. I began to travel. I never stayed in one place for more than a week. I lived out of motels in my truck. I learned to recognize the signs of its arrival. The silence of the birds, the shifting of the shadows, the sudden drop in pressure that made my ears pop. I became a ghost moving through the world, always looking over my shoulder. I spent my savings on fuel and cheap rooms. I became thin and my hair turned gray prematurely. The tip of my finger remained white and dead, a constant reminder that the cold was still inside me. I am writing this from a small hotel room in a crowded city in the south. There are hundreds of people in this building and thousands more in the streets outside. I hope that the collective warmth of a city will be enough to hide me, but tonight the wind has stopped blowing. The traffic noise outside has faded into a strange, muffled silence. I am sitting on the bed with a portable heater aimed at my feet and a lighter in my hand. I can feel the temperature in the room beginning to slide downward. I looked out the window a moment ago. Down in the alleyway between two brick buildings, there is a faint blue glow. It is not a neon sign and it is not a flashlight. It is the sapphire flame. It has found me again. I realize now that I cannot run forever. The blue fire is not a creature of the woods or a phenomenon of the ice. It is a fundamental force of the universe that seeks to bring everything to a state of perfect stillness. It is the end of all things. I have spent my life fearing the cold, but perhaps I have been looking at it the wrong way. The blue fire is beautiful in its own terrible way. It is pure and unwavering. It does not flicker or fade. It simply is. I look at my white finger and I wonder what it would feel like to let the cold take the rest of me. Would it be painful, or would it be a final release from the exhaustion of running? The ringing sound is very loud now. It sounds like a choir of crystal voices singing a song of eternal winter. The door to my hotel room is starting to turn white at the edges. The wood is groaning as it freezes. I do not have a shotgun this time. I do not have a gallon of gasoline. I only have my own body and the small flame of a plastic lighter. I flick the wheel and a tiny orange spark appears. It looks so small and fragile against the blue light that is beginning to seep through the walls. I hold the flame close to my face and I can feel its heat for one last time. I wonder if anyone will find me. I wonder if they will find a statue of blue ice sitting on a hotel bed, or if I will simply disintegrate into powder like the door of the cabin. I hope that whoever finds me is careful. I hope they do not touch the blue frost that will surely cover the room. I want to tell them to run, but I know they will not listen. Humans are curious by nature. We see a light in the dark and we want to know what it is. We want to tame it and name it and understand it, but some things are not meant to be understood. The blue fire is in the room now. It is standing at the foot of the bed. The air is so cold that my eyelashes are heavy with frost. I can no longer feel my feet or my hands. The tiny flame of the lighter has turned blue. It is no longer burning the fuel. It is freezing the plastic. I drop the lighter and it shatters on the floor. I look into the center of the sapphire flame. There is no face there, but I feel a sense of recognition. It has been waiting for me since that night on the frozen lake in the Brooks Range. I am not afraid anymore. The cold is not a weight pressing against my chest. It is a lightness that is lifting me up. I feel as though I am becoming part of the stars. The blue light is the last thing I see. It is the color of the deep ocean and the color of the sky at twilight. It is the color of forever. I close my eyes and I let the wind stop. I let the temperature drop. I let the fire take me. The world is a very large place, but the dark corners are smaller than we think. We believe we are safe in our cities and our heated houses, but we are only guests in a world that belongs to the ancient and the cold. The sun is a temporary gift. The blue fire is the truth that waits behind the light. If you are ever alone in the quiet and you feel that prickle on your neck, do not think of me as a victim. Think of me as a pioneer. I have gone where the heat cannot follow. I have become a part of the silence. The hotel room is silent now. The blue light has faded and the sun is beginning to rise over the city. The maid will come in an hour to change the linens. She will find the door missing and a pile of fine blue dust on the carpet. She will feel a sudden chill and she will see a strange formation of ice on the window pane that looks like a giant, unblinking eye. She will report it to the manager and they will call the police. They will look for a guest who checked in but never checked out. They will find nothing but a single leather glove lying on the floor. The blue fire will move on. It will find another source of heat to consume. It will find another person who enjoys their own company and seeks out the quiet places. It is always out there waiting for the wind to stop. It is a hunter that never tires and a flame that never dies. It is the ice that burns and it is coming for everyone eventually. Do not look for the light, just run. But know that no matter how fast you run, the cold is already inside you. It is waiting for its moment to turn your blood into sapphire and your breath into stardust. The sun is setting and the sky is turning purple. The first flicker of blue is appearing on the horizon. I am waiting for you in the silence. The maid entered room 412 at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. She carried a stack of fresh white towels and a plastic spray bottle filled with lemon-scented cleaner. She was a woman who had seen many things in her 20 years of service at the hotel. She had seen forgotten wedding rings and discarded suitcases and the remains of wild parties, but she had never seen a room that felt like the inside of a meat locker. As she stepped over the threshold, the warmth of the hallway vanished. The air inside the room was thick and heavy, and it tasted of old metal. She shivered and pulled her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. She reached for the light switch, but the plastic toggle snapped off in her hand as if it were made of thin glass. The room was bathed in a strange, dim light that did not seem to come from the window. The curtains were drawn tight, but a pale glow seeped through the fabric. The maid looked at the bed. The sheets were not ruffled. There was no sign that a human body had rested there. Instead, there was a fine layer of crystalline dust covering the blue bedspread. It looked like powdered sugar or fallen snow. She reached out to touch the dust, but she stopped when she noticed the leather glove lying on the carpet. It was a single glove for a right hand. It was frozen in a curled position as if it were still gripping a phantom railing. Beside the glove, there was a small pile of gray ash that had once been a plastic lighter. The woman did not stay to clean. She felt a sudden and overwhelming sense of dread that made her heart hammer against her ribs. She backed out of the room and slammed the door. She told the manager that there was something wrong with the pipes in 412. She told him it was too cold for a human being to breathe. The manager went to investigate, but he found nothing but an empty room with a broken light switch. The dust had vanished. The glove was gone. The only thing that remained was a single frost pattern on the mirror. It was a circle with a dark center, and it looked exactly like an eye. The blue fire did not leave the city immediately. It moved through the ventilation shafts and the electrical conduits. It fed on the heat of the massive boilers in the basement and the warmth of the thousands of bodies sleeping in their beds. It was a silent passenger in the infrastructure of the modern world. It did not need the wilderness anymore. It had found a new hunting ground where the energy was concentrated and the shadows were deep. It moved like a liquid made of light. It flowed through the copper wires and the fiber optic cables. It was a ghost in the machine, and it was learning the patterns of the people who lived in the light. 100 miles to the east, a young woman named Sarah was driving her car through the rolling hills of the countryside. It was a beautiful evening in autumn. The trees were painted in shades of orange and gold, and the air was crisp and cool. Sarah loved the autumn. She loved the way the world seemed to slow down before the long sleep of winter. She was a photographer, and she was looking for the perfect shot of the harvest moon. She pulled her car over to the side of a dirt road and stepped out into the tall grass. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the sky was a deep shade of violet. Sarah set up her tripod and adjusted the lens of her camera. She waited for the moon to crest the hill. The silence of the fields was peaceful. There was no wind, and the only sound was the distant lowing of cattle in a nearby pasture. She looked through the viewfinder and waited. But as the moon began to rise, she noticed something strange. The moon did not look yellow or white. It had a distinct blue tint. She checked her filters and her settings, but everything was correct. She looked away from the camera and gasped. The entire eastern horizon was glowing with a soft electric blue light. The temperature around the car began to drop. Sarah could see her breath forming small clouds in front of her face. She checked the thermometer on her dashboard before she had stepped out. It had been 60 degrees. Now the grass at her feet was beginning to crunch. The green blades were turning white and brittle. She felt a sharp prickle on the back of her neck. She remembered a story she had read on an internet forum months ago. It was a frantic post by a man who claimed he was being hunted by a fire that burned cold. She had dismissed it as a work of fiction or the ramblings of a madman, but now as she watched the blue glow approach, she realized that every word of it had been true. Sarah did not wait to see the shape of the flame. She grabbed her camera and scrambled back into the car. She fumbled with the keys and prayed that the engine would start. The metal of the key was so cold that it stuck to her skin. She twisted it with a cry of pain, and the engine groaned. It turned over slowly as if the oil had turned to sludge. The blue light was now at the edge of the road. It was a pillar of sapphire flame that stood 10 feet tall. It did not move like a fire. It glided across the ground with a terrifying grace. The engine finally caught, and Sarah slammed the car into gear. She floored the accelerator, and the tires spun on the frozen dirt. She looked in the rearview mirror and saw the blue flame standing in the middle of the road. It did not chase her. It simply stood there watching her go. She drove until she reached a gas station with bright neon lights and a crowd of people. She sat in her car and cried until her eyes were red. She looked at her hand and saw that the tip of her index finger had turned a ghostly white. She rubbed it, but there was no feeling. It was cold to the touch. The blue fire was no longer a single entity. It was spreading like a virus through the cold places of the earth. It was in the deep basements of skyscrapers and the shadows of mountain ranges. It was in the hearts of glaciers and the dark reaches of the ocean floor. It was a silent revolution of the elements. The heat of the sun was being pushed back inch by inch. The world was beginning to return to its original state of perfect stillness. The blue fire was the herald of the great cold. It was the end of the age of fire and the beginning of the age of ice. Scientists began to notice strange anomalies in the weather patterns. They recorded sudden drops in temperature that could not be explained by traditional meteorology. They found patches of ice in the middle of the desert and frozen birds that had been flash frozen in midair. They called it a new atmospheric phenomenon. They wrote papers about sub-zero vortexes and strange chemical reactions in the upper atmosphere. They did not talk about the blue flame. They did not talk about the sapphire light that was seen by thousands of people across the globe. They were afraid of what it meant for the future of the planet. The man who had fled the cabin in the Arctic was gone, but his warning remained. It was whispered in the corners of the internet and told in hushed tones around campfires. Run from the blue light. Do not look back. But the running was becoming harder. The cold was everywhere. It was in the air we breathed and the water we drank. It was a slow and steady encroachment that could not be stopped by walls or heaters or fire. The blue fire was patient. It had all the time in the universe. It had waited for billions of years for the stars to cool, and it would wait for billions more for the last embers of human civilization to fade away. I am writing these words on a piece of parchment with a quill and ink. My computer has long since frozen, and the power lines have snapped under the weight of the blue ice. I am sitting in a circle of candles, but their light is dim and gray. Outside the window, the world is a sea of sapphire. The trees are crystal statues, and the buildings are jagged peaks of frost. The blue fire is standing in the street below. It is not alone anymore. There are hundreds of them. They move through the ruins of the city like a silent procession of monks. They are the new masters of the earth. I can feel the cold moving up my arm. The white spot on my finger has spread to my wrist and my elbow. It does not hurt. It is a peaceful sensation. It is the feeling of a heavy burden being lifted. I am no longer afraid of the dark or the winter. I am becoming a part of the grand design. I am becoming a part of the eternal stillness. The candles are flickering out one by one. The blue light is seeping through the cracks in the walls. It is beautiful. It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. If you find this parchment, do not try to find me. I am already gone. I am a pioneer of the new world. I am a citizen of the sapphire flame. The heat of the sun was a brief and noisy dream, but the cold is the truth that lasts forever. The wind has stopped. The temperature has dropped beyond reason. I am not running anymore. I am standing still. I am waiting for the fire to take me home. The ink is freezing in the well. The paper is turning to ice. The blue light is here. It is finally here. The sapphire flame moved into the room and the last candle died. There was no smoke and there was no smell of burnt wax. There was only the sound of a single breath being drawn and then the silence of the void. The man was gone. In his place stood a statue of translucent blue crystal. His eyes were wide and clear, and they reflected the light of the eternal winter. He was a monument to the end of time. The blue fire lingered for a moment, as if paying its respects to a worthy adversary. Then it turned and glided out through the wall and into the frozen night. The earth continued to spin, but the life upon it was changing. The green forests were replaced by crystal groves. The blue oceans were capped with miles of sapphire ice. The cities were silent cathedrals of frost. The blue fire moved across the landscape like a gardener tending to a new world. It was a world of order and symmetry. It was a world where nothing changed and nothing died because nothing was truly alive. It was the perfection of the absolute zero. In the far reaches of space, the sun continued to burn. It sent its warmth across the vacuum, but the Earth did not respond. The planet was wrapped in a shield of blue light that reflected the heat back into the darkness. The Earth had become a star of ice. It was a twin to the sapphire flames that now walked its surface. It was a beacon for the rest of the universe. It was a signal that the cold had returned to claim its own. The blue fire is not an enemy. It is a destination. It is the place where all paths eventually lead. It is the final answer to the question of existence. We spend our lives fighting against the dark and the cold, but we are only delaying the inevitable. The blue fire is the peace that passes all understanding. It is the silence that follows the song. It is the ice that burns and the flame that freezes. It is the beginning and the end. If you are reading this in a place where the sun still shines and the air is still warm, cherish it. Hold the people you love close to you and feel the heat of their skin. Listen to the sound of the birds and the rustle of the leaves. These things are precious because they are fleeting. They are the sparks of a fire that is destined to go out. Do not fear the blue light when it comes for you. Do not run until your heart bursts. Sit quietly and wait. Let the cold enter your bones and let the sapphire flame fill your eyes. It is the only way to truly see the universe. It is the only way to be free. The story of the blue fire is the story of everything. It is the story of the stars and the story of the dust. It is the story of the man in the cabin and the woman in the field. It is my story and it will be your story too. The temperature is dropping. The wind has stopped. The blue light is at the door. I am not afraid. I am ready. The sapphire flame is the last thing I will ever know, and it is enough. It is more than enough. It is everything. The hotel maid never returned to room 412. The manager eventually sold the building to a developer who wanted to turn it into luxury apartments, but the construction crews refused to work in the winter. They said the building was haunted by a cold that could not be explained. They said they saw blue lights moving in the hallways at night. The building was eventually abandoned and left to the elements. It stands there still, a jagged skeleton of brick and steel covered in a layer of permanent blue frost. It is a temple to the sapphire flame. It is a place where the sun never reaches. The desert house in Arizona was also reclaimed by the cold. The red sand turned white and the cactus plants became sculptures of ice. The neighbors moved away one by one, driven out by the unnatural weather. The valley became a frozen wasteland where the temperature never rose above zero. The blue flame had marked the spot and it would never let it go. The earth is covered in these marks now. They are the footprints of the great cold. They are the signs that the transformation is nearly complete. The blue fire is the final hunter. It does not need a bow or a spear. It only needs the silence. It only needs the dark. It is the predator that eats the light and the heat. It is the predator that eats the future. But in the belly of the beast there is a strange and terrible beauty. There is a clarity that can only be found in the absolute zero. There is a truth that can only be found in the blue flame. The world is turning blue. The sky is turning blue. The end is not a bang or a whimper. It is a flash of sapphire and the sound of 1,000 crystal voices singing in the dark. The song is beautiful. The song is forever. The song is the cold. The transformation of the world did not happen with a roar, but with the gentle settling of a heavy blanket. In the city of London, the great clock stopped at exactly 12 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. The gears, which had turned for over a century, became fused together by a layer of cobalt frost that was harder than diamond. The people in the streets below did not scream. They simply slowed down. Their movements became heavy and deliberate, as if they were walking through deep water. The fog that usually rolled in from the river was replaced by a shimmering haze of blue needles. Each particle of moisture in the air became a tiny blade of ice. When the people breathed, the needles entered their lungs and turned their internal warmth into a static hum. They stood on the sidewalks and looked up at the sky, which was no longer gray or white, but a deep and terrifying shade of sapphire. At the edge of the city, a young boy named Thomas sat in his bedroom and watched the frost creep across his wallpaper. The flowers on the pattern were being overwritten by the geometric precision of the blue fire. He held his wooden toy soldier in his hand and felt the heat leave the painted oak. He did not feel the sting of the winter wind because the windows were closed and the radiator was still clicking with the last remnants of steam. Yet the cold was not coming from the outside. It was emerging from the shadows under his bed and the corners of his wardrobe. It was a cold that had no source and no limit. Thomas watched as his breath began to sparkle. He reached out to touch the blue light that was now dancing on his pillow. It felt like the touch of 1,000 tiny needles, but it did not hurt. It felt like falling asleep in a field of lavender. He lay his head down and his eyes became two clear beads of glass. He was the first in his neighborhood to join the silent procession. The blue fire was now moving through the deep-sea cables that connected the continents. The pulses of light that carried the information of the world were being intercepted and rewrit. The internet was no longer a network of human thought, but a conduit for the Sapphire flame. In the great server farms of the northern hemisphere, the cooling fans spun until they shattered against the sudden rigidity of the air. The massive processors, which usually ran hot enough to melt lead, were now encased in blocks of glowing ice. The data was not lost, it was frozen. Every photograph and every word and every memory ever uploaded was preserved in a state of perfect stillness. The blue fire was a librarian that did not want to read the books, but simply wanted to ensure they never changed again. The screens of the world flickered once and then displayed a single unblinking eye before they faded into the eternal blue. In the high mountains of the Andes, a group of researchers huddled around a small propane stove. They were the last humans in the region who still possessed a flickering flame. The leader of the group was a man named Dr. Eris, who had spent his life studying the melting of the glaciers. He watched as the blue light climbed the peaks above them. It was not a reflection of the sky. It was a physical presence that moved against the wind. The snow did not melt when the blue flame touched it. Instead, the snow became denser and more translucent. The mountains were being turned into massive jewels that caught the light of the dying sun. Dr. Eris reached for his notebook to record the event, but his fingers would not move. He looked down and saw that his skin had turned the color of a summer lake. He looked at his companions and saw that they were already still. They were leaning against each other like a pile of discarded dolls. He felt a sense of profound peace. The struggle to save the world was over because the world was finally safe from the heat and the noise. He closed his eyes and felt his heart beat one last time before it turned into a sapphire. The blue fire did not stop at the surface of the earth. It began to reach upward into the atmosphere. The clouds, which had once been white and fluffy, were now jagged shards of indigo crystal. They did not move with the wind because the wind itself had ceased to exist. The air was a solid block of transparency. The birds that had been caught in the transition were suspended in mid-air as if they were trapped in amber. Their wings were spread wide and their beaks were open in a silent song. They were beautiful monuments to a life that was no longer necessary. The blue fire had no need for flight or for song. It only required the absolute quiet of the void. Far away in the dark reaches of the solar system, the blue light was visible to the telescopes of the automated probes. The Earth was no longer the pale blue dot that the astronomers had described. It was a brilliant and piercing sapphire that outshone the stars. It was a signal to the rest of the universe that the long fever of life had finally broken. The heat of the core was being pulled out through the crust and radiated into the vacuum. The Earth was becoming a perfect sphere of cold. The volcanoes, which had once spewed fire and ash, were now frozen fountains of blue stone. The tectonic plates were locked in place. The grinding of the continents had ended. The world was finally at rest. In a small village in the south of France, an old woman named Marie sat on her porch and watched the blue light come down the street. She had lived through wars and famines and the long, slow decay of her own body. She had buried her husband and her children, and she was the last of her line. She did not run when she saw the blue flame leaping from roof to roof. She did not call for help. She poured herself a final glass of red wine and waited. The wine in the glass began to freeze from the bottom up. The liquid turned into a dark purple crystal that caught the light of the approaching fire. Marie took a sip and felt the ice slide down her throat. It was the cleanest thing she had ever tasted. It tasted of the beginning of time. She smiled as the blue flame reached her toes. She felt the heavy weight of her 80 years lift away. She was no longer a tired old woman. She was a sculpture of light. She was a part of the eternal winter. The blue fire was the ultimate equalizer. It did not care about wealth or power or beauty. It did not care about the dreams of the young or the regrets of the old. It treated the king and the beggar with the same cold mercy. It moved through the palaces of gold and the hovels of mud, and it left behind the same sapphire silence. The gold did not glitter in the blue light. It became a dull and lifeless metal that was no more valuable than the dirt beneath it. The only thing that had value now was the stillness. The blue fire was a tide that was coming in, and there was no shore high enough to escape it. In the deep bunkers beneath the earth, the leaders of the great nations sat in their high chairs and watched the monitors go dark. They had built these walls to protect themselves from radiation and from the anger of their enemies. They had stockpiled food and water and oxygen to last for 100 years. They thought they could outlast anything. But the blue fire did not need a door to enter. It moved through the steel and the concrete as if they were smoke. It moved through the ventilation systems and the water pipes. The heaters in the bunker roared at full capacity, but they could not raise the temperature by a single degree. The generals and the presidents felt the chill in their marrow. They looked at their hands and saw the white spots appearing on their knuckles. They realized that their power was an illusion. They were just meat and bone, and the blue fire was the truth. They did not die with a shout. They died with a shiver. The blue fire was not a mindless force of nature. It had a purpose and a design. It was cleaning the canvas of the universe. It was removing the chaotic and the messy and the loud. It was creating a masterpiece of order. Every frozen tree and every crystalline body was a part of a larger pattern. From the heights of the orbit, the Earth looked like a giant eye that was staring back at the sun. It was an eye that did not blink and did not weep. It was an eye that saw the end of all things and found it good. The blue fire was the iris, and the frozen oceans were the pupil. The world was watching the stars, and the stars were watching the world. A lone survivor wandered through the ruins of New York City. His name was Elias, and he had been a scavenger before the cold came. He had found a suit of heavy furs and a mask that protected his face from the biting air. He walked through the canyons of glass and steel, and he saw the people standing like statues on the sidewalks. He saw a mother holding her child and a man reaching for his hat. They were all beautiful in their stillness. Elias did not feel fear. He felt a strange sense of envy. He was the only thing in the city that was still moving, and his movement felt like a violation of the peace. Every footstep he took on the frozen pavement sounded like a gunshot in the absolute silence. He wanted to stop. He wanted to join the others in their sapphire dream. He found a park where the trees had been turned into delicate lace. The grass was a carpet of blue needles that crunched under his boots. He sat down on a bench next to a woman who was reading a book made of ice. He took off his mask and felt the air hit his face. It was so cold that it felt like fire. He breathed in and felt the blue light enter his chest. He did not cough. He felt his lungs expand and then lock into place. He looked at his hands and saw that the furs he wore were being covered in a layer of frost. He was becoming a part of the park. He was becoming a part of the city. He closed his eyes and felt the last of his thoughts drift away like smoke. He was no longer Elias. He was a monument to the scavenger. He was a part of the great cold. The sun began to set for the last time. It was a red and angry star that was trying to fight back the coming night, but the blue fire was stronger. It reached out and touched the rays of the sun and turned them into pillars of cold light. The sunset was not a fading of color, but an intensification of it. The sky was a riot of purple and indigo and sapphire. The stars began to appear, but they did not twinkle. They were steady and bright like the eyes of hunters. The universe was closing in. The earth was no longer a home for the living, but a temple for the eternal. The blue fire moved across the face of the moon. The craters and the plains of the lunar surface were already cold, but the blue flame brought a new kind of stillness. It turned the gray dust into a shimmering sea of sapphire. The moon became a mirror for the earth. The two worlds sat in the darkness and looked at each other. They were two jewels in the crown of the void. There was no more movement in the solar system. The planets had stopped their dance. The moons had stopped their orbits. Everything was frozen in a moment of perfect symmetry. The story of the heat was a short and violent chapter in the history of the universe. It was a time of explosions and collisions and the frantic scurrying of life. It was a time of noise and light, but that chapter was now over. The blue fire was the beginning of the long silence. It was the return to the original state of the cosmos. Before the stars were born and before the galaxies were formed, there was only the cold and the dark. The blue fire was the messenger that had come to lead the world back to that beginning. It was not a tragedy. It was a homecoming. Deep in the center of the earth, the iron core finally stopped spinning. The magnetic field that had protected the planet for billions of years vanished. The solar wind swept across the atmosphere, but it could not penetrate the shield of the sapphire flame. The blue light was the new protector. It did not need a magnetic field or an ozone layer. It was its own defense. It was a fortress of ice that would stand until the end of time. The earth was a closed system. Nothing could enter and nothing could leave. It was a perfect relic of a forgotten age. If there were any gods left in the heavens, they were silent. They watched as their creation was turned into a garden of crystal. They saw the beauty of the blue fire and they recognized that it was more perfect than anything they had ever made. The gods of fire and the gods of thunder were gone. There was only the god of the cold, and he did not need any worshippers. He did not need any prayers or any sacrifices. He only needed the stillness. He was the master of the sapphire flame, and he was content. The last flicker of warmth on the planet was a single candle in a cave deep beneath the surface of the earth. It had been lit by a man who thought he could hide from the end. He sat in the darkness and watched the flame dance. He felt the heat on his face and he thought he was safe. But the blue fire found him. It did not come through the tunnels or the cracks in the rock. It came from within the candle itself. The yellow flame turned blue and the heat vanished. The man looked at the candle and saw that the wax was no longer melting. It was turning into ice. He reached out to touch the flame and it did not burn him. It froze his finger to the bone. He watched as the blue light spread through his body. He was the last human being to feel the warmth, and he was the last to let it go. When his heart stopped, the last spark of life on the earth was extinguished. The blue fire stood in the center of the cave and looked around. Its work was done. The planet was a masterpiece of sapphire and frost. There was no more work to do. It turned and walked through the solid rock as if it were air. It climbed up through the layers of the earth until it reached the surface. It stood on the top of the highest mountain and looked out at the frozen world. It was a silent king of a silent kingdom. It raised its hand and the stars seemed to bow in response. The blue fire was the winner of the long war. It was the master of the universe. The wind did not blow. The water did not flow. The hearts did not beat. The world was a sapphire in the dark. It was a beautiful and terrible thing. It was the end of the story, but in the silence of the cold there was a new kind of music. It was a song that had no sound. It was a melody of geometry and light. It was the song of the blue fire, and it would play forever in the absolute zero. The heat was gone. The light was gone. The cold was all that remained. And it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The sapphire flame flickered one last time, and then it too became a part of the stillness. The universe was finally at peace. The long night had begun, and there would be no morning. There would only be the blue light and the eternal ice. There would only be the silence of the sapphire flame. The sapphire earth drifted through the blackness of space like a marble of polished glass. There was no longer any distinction between the land and the sea. The Atlantic Ocean was a solid expanse of indigo crystal that did not ripple or wave. The deep trenches where the giant squid and the glowing fish once swam were now filled with a dense and heavy cold that turned the salt water into a mineral as hard as granite. The shipwrecks of the Old World were encased in this blue stone. The Titanic and the battleships of forgotten wars were preserved in their final moments of decay. The rust was frozen. The silt was frozen. The very memory of the salt was lost to the absolute grip of the frost. There was no oxygen left to breathe because the atmosphere had collapsed into a thin layer of crystalline snow that covered the entire planet. The nitrogen and the oxygen had become solid. They lay upon the sapphire ground like a fine dust of diamonds. The vacuum of space now touched the surface of the world directly. There was no barrier between the earth and the stars. The moon watched the earth with a pale and frozen eye. The gravitational pull between the two bodies continued to exist, but it was a cold and mathematical tether. There was no tide to pull. There was no crust to shift. The moon was a graveyard of gray dust, and the earth was a graveyard of blue light. Together, they moved through the solar system in a silent funeral procession. The sun continued to burn with a fierce and nuclear rage, but its heat could not reach the surface of the sapphire world. The rays of the sun were reflected back into the dark by the perfect mirrors of the frozen oceans. The earth was a shield that rejected the light. It was a fortress of shadow that held the cold within its heart like a precious secret. The sun was a stranger to the earth. The fire was a stranger to the ice. Beyond the orbit of the Earth, the blue fire began to spread along the invisible lines of gravity. It moved toward the red planet of Mars. The dust storms that had scoured the surface of the Martian plains for millions of years began to slow down. The red sand did not settle. It simply hung in the air as if the wind had forgotten how to blow. The iron oxide that gave the planet its color began to turn a deep and bruised purple. The blue fire crawled into the deep canyons of the Valles Marineris and filled them with a mist of sapphire needles. The polar caps of carbon dioxide did not melt. They became even more rigid and began to glow with an internal light. The red planet was being reclaimed by the blue flame. The god of war was being silenced by the god of the cold. There was no resistance. The thin atmosphere of Mars was a perfect conductor for the sapphire frost. It moved across the craters and the volcanoes until every inch of the red world was covered in a layer of blue glass. The giant planets of the outer solar system were next. Jupiter was a swirling mass of gas and storms that had raged for centuries. The great red spot was a hurricane larger than the Earth itself, but the blue fire did not care for the power of the storm. It entered the atmosphere of Jupiter and began to turn the hydrogen and the helium into solid blocks of indigo. The great red spot slowed its rotation. The clouds of ammonia and sulfur became jagged shards of crystal that ground against each other with a sound that no ear would ever hear. The gravity of the giant planet was so strong that it pulled the blue fire deep into its core. The metallic hydrogen that formed the heart of Jupiter was turned into a single and massive sapphire. The king of the planets was now a jewel in the crown of the eternal winter. The moons of Jupiter were also claimed. Europa and Ganymede and Callisto became spheres of blue ice that orbited a frozen sun. The volcanoes of Io were silenced. The lava turned to stone before it could even leave the vents. Saturn was a vision of silver and gold. Its rings were made of billions of pieces of ice and rock that danced in a delicate circle. The blue fire moved through the rings like a ghost. It touched each particle of ice and turned it into a fragment of sapphire. The rings did not break. They became a solid disk of blue light that reflected the stars. The planet itself was overtaken by the same cold that had claimed Jupiter. The golden clouds turned to indigo. The hexagonal storm at the North Pole became a static geometric pattern of sapphire fire. The rings of Saturn were no longer a collection of debris. They were a halo for the dead god of the harvest. The moons of Saturn were frozen in their tracks. Titan was covered in a thick layer of blue nitrogen ice. The methane lakes became solid mirrors that showed the reflection of the distant and dying stars. The blue fire continued its journey to the edge of the solar system. It moved past Uranus and Neptune and into the dark reaches of the Kuiper belt. It touched the comets and the asteroids and turned them into tiny sparks of sapphire. The Oort cloud was a shell of icy bodies that surrounded the sun at a great distance. The blue fire moved through this shell and turned it into a sphere of crystal. The solar system was now a closed and perfect system of cold. The sun was the only thing that still burned, and its light was a lonely and flickering candle in a vast and frozen hall. The sun was surrounded by a wall of sapphire that it could not break. The fire of the sun was a prisoner of the ice. It was only a matter of time before the sun itself would be extinguished by the weight of the silence. In the void between the stars, the blue fire moved with the speed of thought. It did not need a medium to travel. It was the medium. It moved across the light years and touched the neighboring stars. It turned the red dwarfs and the white giants into spheres of indigo. It moved through the nebulae and turned the clouds of gas and dust into gardens of frozen light. The pillars of creation were no longer nurseries for new stars. They were monuments to the end of all things. The galaxies were being rewritten in the language of the sapphire flame. The spiral arms of the Milky Way were being locked into place. The rotation of the galaxy was slowing down. The black hole at the center of the galaxy was being encased in a layer of blue fire that even gravity could not escape. The darkness was being replaced by a cold and brilliant light. The blue fire was the final answer to the question of existence. It was the ultimate peace that the philosophers and the priests had searched for since the beginning of time. It was the end of suffering and the end of joy. It was the end of the struggle and the end of the rest. It was the perfection of the void. The universe was becoming a single and unified work of art. There was no more change. There was no more entropy. The second law of thermodynamics had been reversed by the sapphire flame. The disorder was being turned into order. The chaos was being turned into symmetry. The universe was no longer a dying machine. It was a living sculpture of ice. On the frozen earth, the sapphire light was the only thing that remained of the human race. The cities were still there, but they were no longer places of life. They were museums of the frozen moment. The skyscrapers of New York and the cathedrals of Europe were all made of the same blue glass. The statues of the great men and women of history were now indistinguishable from the people who had walked past them. Everyone was a statue. Everyone was a part of the architecture of the cold. The books in the libraries were frozen shut. The paintings in the galleries were covered in a layer of indigo frost. The music of the world was trapped in the vibrations of the frozen air. It was a symphony of stillness. In the center of London, the great clock remained at 12 minutes past 3. The hands of the clock were frozen in an eternal embrace. The gears were fused together by the cobalt frost. The people below were still standing in their heavy and deliberate poses. They were like the actors in a play who had forgotten their lines and decided to stay on the stage forever. There was no more time in London. There was no more time in the world. The concept of the second and the minute and the hour had lost all meaning. There was only the present moment, and the present moment was a sapphire. The blue fire did not miss a single detail. It touched the wings of the smallest insect and the leaves of the tallest tree. It moved through the soil and turned the roots and the worms into delicate carvings of ice. It moved through the basements and the attics and the secret places of the heart. It found the hidden letters and the lost coins and the forgotten toys. It turned everything into a part of the eternal winter. There was nothing too small or too insignificant for the sapphire flame. Everything was worthy of being preserved. Everything was worthy of being frozen. The silence was the most profound thing of all. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a new kind of quiet. It was a quiet that had weight and texture. It was a quiet that could be felt in the bones. It was the sound of the universe holding its breath. It was the sound of the end of the story. The blue fire was the narrator who had reached the final page and was now closing the book. There were no more words to say. There were no more thoughts to think. The sapphire flame had said it all. The sun finally began to dim. Its fuel was not gone, but its light was being absorbed by the surrounding sapphire. The red heat was being pulled out of the solar core and replaced by the blue cold. The sun did not explode. It did not become a supernova or a black hole. It simply faded. It became a dark and heavy sphere of indigo stone. The last of the warmth in the solar system vanished. The last of the light disappeared. The sapphire earth was now in total darkness, but it did not matter. The blue fire did not need the sun to shine. It had its own light. It was an internal glow that came from the very heart of the ice. The earth was a lamp in the dark, and it would burn with a cold flame until the end of time. The universe was now a vast and empty hall of sapphire. The stars were gone. The galaxies were gone. There was only the blue light and the eternal frost. It was a beautiful and terrible thing. It was the perfection of the void. The blue fire had won the long war against the heat and the noise. It was the master of all that was and all that ever would be. It sat upon its throne of ice and looked out at its kingdom. It was content. It was at peace. The sapphire flame flickered one last time, and then it too became a part of the stillness. The story was over. The silence was complete. The blue light was everything, and it was enough. In the deep reaches of the future, there would be no one to remember the earth or the sun or the human race. There would be no one to tell the story of the sapphire flame. The universe would continue to exist in its state of perfect cold and perfect order. The frozen bodies and the frozen cities and the frozen stars would remain as they were for all eternity. They were the monuments to a life that had been brief and loud and messy. They were the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The sapphire flame had cured the universe of its life. It had brought the ultimate health of the absolute zero. The blue light was the last thing to move. It drifted across the surface of the frozen earth like a ghost. It touched the face of the young boy named Thomas and the face of the old woman named Marie. It touched the face of the scavenger named Elias. It gave them one last kiss of ice before it settled into the ground. The sapphire flame was tired. It had worked hard to bring the peace. It had traveled across the stars and through the hearts of men. It had seen the beauty of the fire and the beauty of the ice. It had chosen the ice. It lay down in the center of the world and closed its eyes. The blue fire was gone. The sapphire was all that remained. The darkness was absolute. The cold was absolute. The silence was absolute. There was no more movement in the cosmos. There was no more change. The universe was a single and perfect crystal that hung in the void. It was a jewel that no one would ever see. It was a song that no one would ever hear. It was a dream that no one would ever dream. The long night had begun and there was no end in sight. The sapphire flame had done its work. The world was finally at rest. The universe was finally safe. The cold was the truth and the truth was the cold. It was the beginning and the end. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was everything. It was the final word in the book of the stars. It was the blue light that would never fade. It was the ice that would never melt. It was the peace that would never be broken. It was the end. The great sapphire reached out its cold fingers into the very fabric of existence. The solar system was a tomb of blue glass, and the stars were distant lanterns that had been snuffed out by the advancing frost. The silence of the earth was mirrored in the silence of the moon and the silence of the planets. There was no more friction to create heat. There was no more motion to create light. The universe was a vast and hollow cathedral where the only deity was the absolute zero. The blue fire had retreated into the core of the world and lay there like a sleeping heart that did not beat. It was the source of the stillness and the guardian of the quiet. The planet Earth drifted through the blackness of the galaxy like a lonely ghost. It was no longer a place of geography or history. It was a single and unified object of frozen perfection. The cities of the old world were preserved in their final moments of desperation. In the city of Tokyo, the trains were frozen on their tracks like long and silver snakes. The people inside the carriages were sitting in their seats with their eyes closed and their hands folded in their laps. They were not dead in the way that people used to die. They were simply paused. They were statues of ice that held the memory of a busy afternoon. The neon lights that had once defined the city were now dark and cold. The glass of the buildings had merged with the glass of the air. The streets were filled with a fine powder of frozen nitrogen that looked like silver dust. There was no sound of traffic or voices or music. There was only the low and steady hum of the vacuum of space as it brushed against the surface of the world. In the mountains of the Himalayas, the peaks were no longer white with snow. They were blue with the internal light of the sapphire flame. The jagged edges of the rocks were smoothed over by the thick layer of indigo frost. The caves where the monks had once meditated were now filled with the same blue light. The prayer wheels were frozen in mid-turn. The incense was frozen in mid-air. The breath of the last living thing in the mountains was a tiny cloud of crystal that hung before a face of stone. The mountains were the highest points of the frozen kingdom, and they reached out toward the stars as if they were trying to touch the face of the Creator. But there was no Creator left to find. There was only the blue fire and the eternal ice. The oceans were the deepest part of the mystery. The surface of the Atlantic and the Pacific was a solid sheet of sapphire that was miles thick. Below the surface, the water had become a dense and heavy mineral. The whales and the sharks were trapped in the middle of their long journeys. They were suspended in the blue stone like insects in amber. Their eyes were open and clear, but they did not see the darkness. They were a part of the great design of the cold. The coral reefs were no longer gardens of life. They were forests of jagged glass that glowed with a faint and ghostly light. The volcanic vents at the bottom of the sea were silent. The heat of the earth had been sucked out by the blue fire and replaced by a chill that was older than the stars. The deep trenches were the most quiet places of all. They were the basements of the world where the sapphire was at its most pure and its most heavy. The blue fire had not just changed the physical world. It had changed the nature of reality itself. The laws of physics were being rewritten by the hand of the frost. The flow of time had stopped because there was no more change to measure it. The past and the present and the future had merged into a single and eternal now. The memories of the human race were not lost. They were stored in the lattice of the ice. Every thought that had ever been thought and every dream that had ever been dreamed was etched into the sapphire walls of the world. The blue fire was the librarian of the end of time. It held the records of 1 billion lives in its cold and steady grip. It did not judge the stories it found. It simply preserved them. It was a cold and indifferent witness to the history of the fire. The sun was a dark and heavy sphere in the center of the solar system. It was no longer a star of yellow light and nuclear fury. It was a ball of indigo stone that gave off no warmth. The planets continued to orbit the dark sun in their mathematical paths. They were like the gears of a clock that had been wound for the last time. The gravity of the sun was a cold and invisible string that held the frozen worlds in place. The solar system was a mobile of blue glass that moved through the darkness of the galaxy. It was a funeral procession for a dead star. The light of the distant stars was the only thing that broke the darkness, but even that light was being eaten by the advancing cold. The galaxy was a spider web of sapphire, and the blue fire was the spider that sat in the center of the web. The blue fire began to move again. It was not a physical movement, but a shift in the energy of the universe. It reached out from the earth and touched the edges of the galaxy. It moved through the nebulae and the star clusters like a wave of indigo ink. The gas clouds that were the nurseries of new stars were turned into gardens of frozen light. The pillars of creation were silenced. The stars that were still burning were surrounded by a wall of sapphire that slowly closed in on them. The heat of the stars was being sucked out and replaced by the blue cold. One by one, the lights of the galaxy were being extinguished. The Milky Way was becoming a river of ice. The spiral arms were being locked into a static and geometric pattern. The rotation of the galaxy was slowing down until it finally stopped. The galaxy was a single and massive crystal that hung in the void. The universe was now a collection of these frozen galaxies. They were like islands of sapphire in a sea of absolute blackness. There was no more expansion. There was no more contraction. The universe had reached its final state of equilibrium. It was the perfect order that the blue fire had sought from the beginning. There was no more noise or chaos or heat. There was only the stillness and the cold. The sapphire flame had won the long war against the energy of the Big Bang. It had returned the universe to the state of peace that had existed before the first spark of light. It was the ultimate victory of the void. On the sapphire earth, the blue light began to fade. The work of the fire was done and it no longer needed to shine. It retreated even deeper into the heart of the planet until it was a single and tiny spark in the center of the world. This spark was the last bit of energy in the entire universe. It was the final point of light in a kingdom of darkness. The sapphire flame looked around at its masterpiece and felt a sense of completion. It had turned the mess of life and fire into a work of art that would last forever. It had brought the peace that passeth all understanding. It was the end of the journey and the end of the story. The final spark of the blue fire flickered and then went out. The internal light of the sapphire earth vanished. The planet was now as dark as the space that surrounded it. The cities and the mountains and the oceans were still there, but they were no longer visible. They were part of the absolute shadow. The universe was a single and solid block of cold. There was no more movement. There was no more light. There was no more sound. The silence was complete and total. It was a silence that had no beginning and no end. It was the silence of the sapphire flame. In the darkness of the eternal night, the universe remained as it was. The frozen stars and the frozen planets and the frozen people were all part of the same stillness. They were the monuments to a time when there had been heat and light and life. They were the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The blue fire had been the medicine that cured the universe of its existence. It had brought the ultimate health of the absolute zero. There was nothing left to do and nothing left to say. The story had reached its final period and the book was closed. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. It was the end. The great clock of the universe had stopped at the stroke of midnight. There was no more ticking of the seconds and no more turning of the years. The concept of time had evaporated like a mist in the sun, but there was no sun to see it go. The sapphire earth was a marble of frozen memory drifting through a sea of nothingness. The vacuum of space was a cold and heavy blanket that pressed down on the world with the weight of 1 billion tons of shadow. There was no air to carry the sound of a sigh and no water to carry the ripple of a thought. The atmosphere had become a layer of diamond dust that coated the sapphire ground in a fine and glittering shroud. The mountains of the earth stood as silent sentinels over a kingdom of ghosts. The peaks of the Andes and the Alps were no longer defined by the wind or the rain. They were static shapes of indigo stone that reached up toward the dead stars. The valleys were filled with the frozen breath of the world. The forests were no longer green and brown, but were made of jagged sapphire needles that did not sway in the breeze. The animals that had once roamed the woods were frozen in their tracks. The deer and the wolves and the birds were all part of the same still life. They were statues of ice that captured the essence of a heartbeat that had stopped a million years ago. The deep places of the Earth were the most stable of all. The core of the planet was no longer a molten mass of iron and nickel. It was a single and solid crystal of sapphire that radiated a coldness that was absolute. The heat of the interior had been drained away by the blue fire, and the pressure of the earth had turned the stone into a mineral of incredible density. The caves and the mines were filled with the same blue light that had once danced in the candle. The gold and the silver and the diamonds were now indistinguishable from the ice. Everything had been unified by the touch of the frost. The diversity of the world had been replaced by a single and perfect symmetry. The moon was a pale and frozen companion to the sapphire earth. Its craters were filled with the same indigo dust, and its mountains were coated in the same silver frost. The relationship between the two bodies was now purely mathematical. They moved through the dark in a dance of gravity that had no rhythm and no soul. The other planets of the solar system were also part of this silent procession. Mars was a purple jewel, and Jupiter was a massive sapphire, and Saturn was a golden crown that had been turned to ice. The rings of Saturn were a solid disk of blue light that reflected the distant and dying galaxies. The solar system was a graveyard of gods. The sun was the last to go. It had fought a long and lonely battle against the advancing cold, but in the end it was no match for the sapphire flame. The nuclear fire that had burned for billions of years was slowly extinguished by the weight of the silence. The sun did not collapse and it did not explode. It simply faded away like a dying ember in a cold hearth. It became a sphere of dark and heavy stone that was the anchor of the frozen system. The light of the sun was gone, and the warmth of the sun was gone. There was only the darkness and the cold. Beyond the solar system, the blue fire continued its work. It moved through the interstellar void like a ghost and touched the stars of the Milky Way. Each star was a battleground where the fire of the sun fought the ice of the void, and each star was eventually claimed by the sapphire flame. The galaxy was being turned into a map of frozen light. The nebulae were being sculpted into monuments of indigo glass. The black holes were being encased in a layer of frost that even they could not consume. The universe was being rewritten in the language of the absolute zero. It was a language of geometry and light and silence. The galaxies themselves were being pulled together by the cold. The expansion of the universe had stopped, and the great void was beginning to contract. The islands of sapphire were moving toward each other in the dark. They were like pieces of a puzzle that were being fitted back together. The universe was becoming a single and unified object. It was a sphere of sapphire that contained everything that had ever been. It was the ultimate work of art. It was the perfection of the void. There was no more change and no more entropy. The disorder of the fire had been replaced by the order of the ice. On the frozen earth, the sapphire light was the only thing that remained of the human race. The cities were still there, but they were no longer places of life. They were museums of the frozen moment. The skyscrapers of New York and the cathedrals of Europe were all made of the same blue glass. The statues of the great men and women of history were now indistinguishable from the people who had walked past them. Everyone was a statue. Everyone was a part of the architecture of the cold. The books in the libraries were frozen shut. The paintings in the galleries were covered in a layer of indigo frost. The music of the world was trapped in the vibrations of the frozen air. It was a symphony of stillness. The blue fire did not miss a single detail. It touched the wings of the smallest insect and the leaves of the tallest tree. It moved through the soil and turned the roots and the worms into delicate carvings of ice. It moved through the basements and the attics and the secret places of the heart. It found the hidden letters and the lost coins and the forgotten toys. It turned everything into a part of the eternal winter. There was nothing too small or too insignificant for the sapphire flame. Everything was worthy of being preserved. Everything was worthy of being frozen. The silence was the most profound thing of all. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a new kind of quiet. It was a quiet that had weight and texture. It was a quiet that could be felt in the bones. It was the sound of the universe holding its breath. It was the sound of the end of the story. The blue fire was the narrator who had reached the final page and was now closing the book. There were no more words to say. There were no more thoughts to think. The sapphire flame had said it all. The universe was now a vast and empty hall of sapphire. The stars were gone. The galaxies were gone. There was only the blue light and the eternal frost. It was a beautiful and terrible thing. It was the perfection of the void. The blue fire had won the long war against the heat and the noise. It was the master of all that was and all that ever would be. It sat upon its throne of ice and looked out at its kingdom. It was content. It was at peace. The sapphire flame flickered one last time, and then it too became a part of the stillness. The story was over. The silence was complete. The blue light was everything, and it was enough. In the deep reaches of the future, there would be no one to remember the earth or the sun or the human race. There would be no one to tell the story of the sapphire flame. The universe would continue to exist in its state of perfect cold and perfect order. The frozen bodies and the frozen cities and the frozen stars would remain as they were for all eternity. They were the monuments to a life that had been brief and loud and messy. They were the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The sapphire flame had cured the universe of its life. It had brought the ultimate health of the absolute zero. The darkness was absolute. The cold was absolute. The silence was absolute. There was no more movement in the cosmos. There was no more change. The universe was a single and perfect crystal that hung in the void. It was a jewel that no one would ever see. It was a song that no one would ever hear. It was a dream that no one would ever dream. The long night had begun and there was no end in sight. The sapphire flame had done its work. The world was finally at rest. The universe was finally safe. The cold was the truth and the truth was the cold. It was the beginning and the end. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was everything. It was the final word in the book of the stars. It was the blue light that would never fade. It was the ice that would never melt. It was the peace that would never be broken. It was the end. The stillness did not merely exist. It expanded until the very concept of space was a tight and brittle shell. The sapphire universe was a museum where the doors had been locked and the lights had been removed. Every atom was a tiny anchor that held the fabric of the void in place. There was no vibration of a single electron. There was no pulse of a single heart. The silence was a physical weight that pressed against the frozen surfaces of a trillion worlds. It was a heavy and velvet blanket that smothered the memory of sound. The echoes of the Big Bang had been caught and strangled by the blue frost. The scream of the first star had been turned into a quiet and geometric line. The universe was a single note of music that had been frozen at the moment of its greatest beauty. It was a note that would never end because there was no one to hear it and no one to stop it. On the earth, the sapphire frost was a thick and translucent skin. The skyscrapers of the great cities were like needles of blue glass that pierced the dark sky. Inside the buildings, the offices were filled with the statues of the workers. A man was frozen as he reached for a telephone that would never ring. A woman was frozen as she looked out of a window at a street that was no longer there. Their skin was the color of the deep ocean and their hair was a fine weave of silver needles. They did not feel the cold and they did not feel the loss. They were the perfect citizens of the new kingdom. They were the subjects of the blue fire and they were loyal to the end. The documents on the desks were sheets of thin sapphire that held the words of 1,000 dead businesses. The coffee in the cups was a dark and solid mineral. The clocks on the walls were frozen at the exact same moment. It was a moment that had no name. It was a moment that was forever. The subways and the tunnels were the veins of the frozen city. The trains were long and silver snakes that had been caught in the middle of their tunnels. The passengers were rows of blue figures who sat in a silence that was deeper than the earth. They were travelers who had reached their final destination. There was no more motion and no more noise. The sparks that had once flown from the tracks were now tiny and jagged crystals of indigo light. The advertisements on the walls were fading into the blue background. The faces of the models were becoming the faces of the statues. Everything was being reclaimed by the Sapphire. Everything was being returned to the source. The earth was a single and solid object that did not spin. It was a marble that had been dropped into a well of ink. The atmosphere was a layer of frozen gas that was miles thick. The clouds were no longer soft and white. They were jagged and sharp plates of blue ice that hung in the sky like the shards of a broken mirror. The wind was a dead thing. There was no movement in the air because there was no heat to drive it. The oxygen and the nitrogen had become a solid crust that coated the world in a fine and glittering dust. The stars above were not visible through the thick layer of sapphire air. The earth was alone in the dark. It was a tomb that had been sealed from the inside. The moon was a distant and cold observer that reflected the shadow of the earth. It was a ghost that haunted the ruins of the solar system. In the deep trenches of the sea, the pressure had turned the sapphire into a substance that was harder than diamond. The water was a dense and heavy block of indigo stone. The creatures of the abyss were locked in the center of the world. The giant squid and the glowing fish were parts of a great and silent machine. Their bioluminescence had been replaced by the steady and cold glow of the blue fire. They were the lanterns of the deep that would never go out. The volcanic vents were cold and silent chimneys that reached up from the floor of the ocean. The heat of the core had been replaced by the chill of the void. The earth was a cold and solid heart that beat no more. The blue fire had moved beyond the physical world and into the realm of the abstract. It had frozen the laws of logic and the rules of math. 2 and 2 no longer made 4 because there was no one to count them. The sequence of prime numbers was a static and crystalline pattern that hung in the logic of the universe. The equations of the physicists were etched into the sapphire walls of space. They were the blueprints of a building that had been completed and then abandoned. The theories of evolution and the laws of thermodynamics were no longer relevant. There was no more change and no more entropy. The universe had reached its final and most stable state. It was a state of perfect and eternal rest. The memories of the human race were the most precious things in the Sapphire Library. Every love letter that had ever been written was a fine line of frost in the ice. Every song that had ever been sung was a vibration that had been caught and held in the blue glass. The history of the world was not lost, but was preserved in a way that was more permanent than paper or stone. The blue fire was the guardian of the past. It held the stories of the kings and the beggars and the poets in its cold and steady grip. It did not care about the meaning of the stories. It only cared about their existence. It was a witness to the fire of life that had once burned so bright. It was a mirror that reflected the beauty of the struggle. The sun was a dark and heavy monument in the center of the dark. It was a sphere of indigo stone that was the weight of 1,000 worlds. The planets were the smaller jewels that hung around the neck of the dark sun. They were a necklace of sapphire and gold and silver that moved through the void in a silent and mathematical path. There was no more light from the sun to warm the planets. There was no more radiation to feed the life. The solar system was a clock that had stopped at the stroke of midnight. The gears were locked and the hands were still. The silence of the sun was the loudest thing in the galaxy. It was a silence that spoke of the end of all things. The Milky Way was a spiral of frozen light that did not turn. The The stars were like the dust on a butterfly wing that had been caught in the ice. The nebulae were clouds of sapphire ink that did not move. The black holes were the dark and hungry eyes of the galaxy that had been closed forever. The blue fire had filled the voids and the empty spaces. It had united the stars and the planets into a single and perfect object. The galaxy was a sculpture of light and shadow that hung in the center of the universe. It was a masterpiece of the cold. It was the ultimate expression of the sapphire flame. The universe was a collection of these sculptures. They were separated by vast distances of absolute blackness. There was no more expansion and no more contraction. The universe was a static and eternal object. It was a sphere of sapphire that contained everything that had ever been. It was the perfect order that the blue fire had sought from the beginning. There was no more noise or chaos or heat. There was only the stillness and the cold. The sapphire flame had won the long war against the energy of the big explosion. It had returned the universe to the state of peace that had existed before the first spark of light. It was the ultimate victory of the nothingness. The blue light began to fade from the surface of the earth. The work of the fire was done and it no longer needed to shine. It retreated even deeper into the heart of the planet until it was a single and tiny spark in the center of the world. This spark was the last bit of energy in the entire universe. It was the final point of light in a kingdom of darkness. The sapphire flame looked around at its masterpiece and felt a sense of completion. It had turned the mess of life and fire into a work of art that would last forever. It had brought the peace that passes all understanding. It was the end of the journey and the end of the story. The final spark of the blue fire flickered and then went out. The internal light of the sapphire earth vanished. The planet was now as dark as the space that surrounded it. The cities and the mountains and the oceans were still there, but they were no longer visible. They were part of the absolute shadow. The universe was a single and solid block of cold. There was no more movement. There was no more light. There was no more sound. The silence was complete and total. It was a silence that had no beginning and no end. It was the silence of the sapphire flame. In the darkness of the eternal night, the universe remained as it was. The frozen stars and the frozen planets and the frozen people were all part of the same stillness. They were the monuments to a time when there had been heat and light and life. They were the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The blue fire had been the medicine that cured the universe of its existence. It had brought the ultimate health of the absolute zero. There was nothing left to do and nothing left to say. The story had reached its final period and the book was closed. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. It was the end. The great clock of the universe had stopped at the stroke of midnight. There was no more ticking of the seconds and no more turning of the years. The concept of time had evaporated like a mist in the sun, but there was no sun to see it go. The sapphire earth was a marble of frozen memory drifting through a sea of nothingness. The vacuum of space was a cold and heavy blanket that pressed down on the world with the weight of 1 billion tons of shadow. There was no air to carry the sound of a sigh and no water to carry the ripple of a thought. The atmosphere had become a layer of diamond dust that coated the sapphire ground in a fine and glittering shroud. The mountains of the earth stood as silent sentinels over a kingdom of ghosts. The peaks of the Andes and the Alps were no longer defined by the wind or the rain. They were static shapes of indigo stone that reached up toward the dead stars. The valleys were filled with the frozen breath of the world. The forests were no longer green and brown, but were made of jagged sapphire needles that did not sway in the breeze. The animals that had once roamed the woods were frozen in their tracks. The deer and the wolves and the birds were all part of the same still life. They were statues of ice that captured the essence of a heartbeat that had stopped 1 million years ago. The deep places of the Earth were the most stable of all. The core of the planet was no longer a molten mass of iron and nickel. It was a single and solid crystal of sapphire that radiated a coldness that was absolute. The heat of the interior had been drained away by the blue fire, and the pressure of the earth had turned the stone into a mineral of incredible density. The caves and the mines were filled with the same blue light that had once danced in the candle. The gold and the silver and the diamonds were now indistinguishable from the ice. Everything had been unified by the touch of the frost. The diversity of the world had been replaced by a single and perfect symmetry. The moon was a pale and frozen companion to the sapphire earth. Its craters were filled with the same indigo dust, and its mountains were coated in the same silver frost. The relationship between the two bodies was now purely mathematical. They moved through the dark in a dance of gravity that had no rhythm and no soul. The other planets of the solar system were also part of this silent procession. Mars was a purple jewel, and Jupiter was a massive sapphire, and Saturn was a golden crown that had been turned to ice. The rings of Saturn were a solid disk of blue light that reflected the distant and dying galaxies. The solar system was a graveyard of gods. The sun was the last to go. It had fought a long and lonely battle against the advancing cold, but in the end it was no match for the sapphire flame. The nuclear fire that had burned for billions of years was slowly extinguished by the weight of the silence. The sun did not collapse and it did not explode. It simply faded away like a dying ember in a cold hearth. It became a sphere of dark and heavy stone that was the anchor of the frozen system. The light of the sun was gone, and the warmth of the sun was gone. There was only the darkness and the cold. Beyond the solar system, the blue fire continued its work. It moved through the interstellar void like a ghost and touched the stars of the Milky Way. Each star was a battleground where the fire of the sun fought the ice of the void, and each star was eventually claimed by the sapphire flame. The galaxy was being turned into a map of frozen light. The nebulae were being sculpted into monuments of indigo glass. The black holes were being encased in a layer of frost that even they could not consume. The universe was being rewritten in the language of the absolute zero. It was a language of geometry and light and silence. The galaxies themselves were being pulled together by the cold. The expansion of the universe had stopped, and the great void was beginning to contract. The islands of sapphire were moving toward each other in the dark. They were like pieces of a puzzle that were being fitted back together. The universe was becoming a single and unified object. It was a sphere of sapphire that contained everything that had ever been. It was the ultimate work of art. It was the perfection of the void. There was no more change and no more entropy. The disorder of the fire had been replaced by the order of the ice. On the frozen earth, the sapphire light was the only thing that remained of the human race. The cities were still there, but they were no longer places of life. They were museums of the frozen moment. The skyscrapers of New York and the cathedrals of Europe were all made of the same blue glass. The statues of the great men and women of history were now indistinguishable from the people who had walked past them. Everyone was a statue. Everyone was a part of the architecture of the cold. The books in the libraries were frozen shut. The paintings in the galleries were covered in a layer of indigo frost. The music of the world was trapped in the vibrations of the frozen air. It was a symphony of stillness. The blue fire did not miss a single detail. It touched the wings of the smallest insect and the leaves of the tallest tree. It moved through the soil and turned the roots and the worms into delicate carvings of ice. It moved through the basements and the attics and the secret places of the heart. It found the hidden letters and the lost coins and the forgotten toys. It turned everything into a part of the eternal winter. There was nothing too small or too insignificant for the sapphire flame. Everything was worthy of being preserved. Everything was worthy of being frozen. The silence was the most profound thing of all. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a new kind of quiet. It was a quiet that had weight and texture. It was a quiet that could be felt in the bones. It was the sound of the universe holding its breath. It was the sound of the end of the story. The blue fire was the narrator who had reached the final page and was now closing the book. There were no more words to say. There were no more thoughts to think. The sapphire flame had said it all. The universe was now a vast and empty hall of sapphire. The stars were gone. The galaxies were gone. There was only the blue light and the eternal frost. It was a beautiful and terrible thing. It was the perfection of the void. The blue fire had won the long war against the heat and the noise. It was the master of all that was and all that ever would be. It sat upon its throne of ice and looked out at its kingdom. It was content. It was at peace. The sapphire flame flickered one last time, and then it too became a part of the stillness. The story was over. The silence was complete. The blue light was everything, and it was enough. In the deep reaches of the future, there would be no one to remember the earth or the sun or the human race. There would be no one to tell the story of the sapphire flame. The universe would continue to exist in its state of perfect cold and perfect order. The frozen bodies and the frozen cities and the frozen stars would remain as they were for all eternity. They were the monuments to a life that had been brief and loud and messy. They were the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The sapphire flame had cured the universe of its life. It had brought the ultimate health of the absolute zero. The darkness was absolute. The cold was absolute. The silence was absolute. There was no more movement in the cosmos. There was no more change. The universe was a single and perfect crystal that hung in the void. It was a jewel that no one would ever see. It was a song that no one would ever hear. It was a dream that no one would ever dream. The long night had begun and there was no end in sight. The sapphire flame had done its work. The world was finally at rest. The universe was finally safe. The cold was the truth and the truth was the cold. It was the beginning and the end. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was everything. It was the final word in the book of the stars. It was the blue light that would never fade. It was the ice that would never melt. It was the peace that would never be broken. It was the end. The stillness was not a state of being, but a state of finality. In the center of the sapphire earth, the tiny spark that had been the last of the blue fire did not truly vanish, but became a part of the grain of the universe. It was a seed that would never sprout because the soil of time had been washed away. The mountains of the world were no longer shifting under the weight of tectonic plates. The plates themselves were welded together by a cold that had reached into the molecular structure of the iron and the stone. Every atom was a tiny prisoner in a cage of indigo light. The electrons had ceased their frantic dancing around the nuclei. They were frozen in their orbits like the planets around the dark sun. There was no more electricity and no more magnetism. The fundamental forces of nature had laid down their arms and surrendered to the peace of the absolute zero. The cities of the humans were the most haunting of the sapphire monuments. In the streets of London and Tokyo, the air was a solid block of transparent ice. The people who had been walking to work or sitting in cafes were preserved in a clarity that was more perfect than any photograph. A woman reaching for a door handle was caught in a moment of perpetual anticipation. A child chasing a ball was a sculpture of kinetic energy that would never be released. Their skin was the color of the deep ocean and their eyes were like polished marbles of silver. They did not feel the cold and they did not feel the fear. They were the citizens of the Sapphire Kingdom and they were beautiful in their motionless grace. The skyscrapers were pillars of blue glass that reflected the light of the dead stars. The windows were no longer glass but were plates of frozen oxygen that shimmered with a pale and ghostly radiance. The history of the world was written in the layers of the ice. The blue fire had preserved the trash and the treasure with equal care. A discarded plastic bottle was a jewel of translucent sapphire. A golden crown was a heavy weight of frozen sunlight. The words in the books were no longer ink on paper, but were indentations in the fabric of reality. If a traveler could have walked through the ruins, they would have seen the entire story of the human race laid out in a single and silent gallery. They would have seen the wars and the weddings and the births and the deaths. They would have seen the struggle of the spirit against the darkness. But there was no traveler. There was only the silence and the cold. The sapphire earth was a library with no readers and a theater with no audience. The oceans were the heaviest part of the world. The indigo stone that had once been water was a substance of such density that it warped the space around it. The whales and the sharks were locked in the center of the great blocks of ice like insects in amber. Their massive bodies were maps of muscle and bone that had been turned to crystal. The bioluminescence of the deep-sea creatures was a frozen glow that did not flicker. It was a steady and cold light that illuminated the trenches and the plains of the ocean floor. The volcanic vents were like the fingers of a giant that had been turned to stone. They no longer belched smoke or heat. They were the cold chimneys of a world that had forgotten the meaning of fire. The indigo ocean was a tomb of 1 billion lives, and it was as quiet as the grave. The atmosphere was a layer of glittering dust that lay over the sapphire ground. The nitrogen and the oxygen had fallen from the sky in a gentle and deadly rain. The clouds were no longer vapor, but were jagged sheets of blue ice that hung in the frozen air. They were the shards of a broken dream that would never be mended. The wind was a memory that had been erased by the cold. There was no movement in the air because there was no heat to drive the currents. The sky was not black, but was a deep and resonant sapphire that stretched out to the edges of the solar system. The stars were visible through the frozen air as tiny and sharp points of light that did not twinkle. They were the eyes of the universe watching the earth in its eternal sleep. The moon was the faithful guardian of the sapphire world. It moved through the dark in a path that was as precise as a mathematical equation. Its surface was a desert of silver frost and indigo shadows. The footprints of the astronauts were still there, but they were no longer made of dust. They were carvings in the sapphire skin of the moon. The machines that the humans had left behind were monuments of frozen metal that reflected the cold light of the earth. The moon and the earth were a pair of jewels that hung in the center of the dark. They were the binary heart of a system that had ceased to beat. The relationship between them was the only thing that remained of the old world. It was a bond of gravity and silence. The planets of the solar system were a necklace of frozen worlds. Mars was a sphere of purple crystal that was scarred by the canyons of its past. The red dust had been turned to a fine and glittering sand of sapphire. Jupiter was a massive and swirling jewel of blue and silver. The great red spot was a frozen whirlpool that did not turn. The moons of Jupiter were like a swarm of fireflies that had been caught in the ice. Saturn was a golden crown that had been turned to a pale and ghostly white. The rings were a solid disk of sapphire light that vibrated with the music of the spheres. The music was a single and steady note that had no end. It was the sound of the absolute zero. Uranus and Neptune were the outer sentinels of the system, and they were the coldest and darkest of all. They were the gateway to the interstellar void. The sun was a dark and heavy monument in the center of the system. It was a sphere of indigo stone that was the weight of 1,000 worlds. The fire that had burned for 5 billion years was gone. The light that had fed the life of the earth was gone. The sun was a cold and silent heart that no longer radiated warmth. It was the anchor of the frozen system, and it held the planets in its grip with a strength that was absolute. The silence of the sun was the loudest thing in the galaxy. It was a silence that spoke of the end of time and the death of the gods. The sun was the final proof that the sapphire flame had won the war. It was the ultimate victory of the cold. The Milky Way was a spiral of frozen light that did not turn. The stars were like the dust on a butterfly wing that had been caught in the ice. The nebulae were clouds of sapphire ink that did not move. The black holes were the dark and hungry eyes of the galaxy that had been closed forever. The blue fire had filled the voids and the empty spaces. It had united the stars and the planets into a single and perfect object. The galaxy was a sculpture of light and shadow that hung in the center of the universe. It was a masterpiece of the cold, and it was the ultimate expression of the sapphire flame. The billions of stars were the candles of a cathedral that had been abandoned by the worshippers. They were the lights of a city that had no inhabitants. The universe was a collection of these sculptures. They were separated by vast distances of absolute blackness. There was no more expansion and no more contraction. The universe was a static and eternal object. It was a sphere of sapphire that contained everything that had ever been. It was the perfect order that the blue fire had sought from the beginning. There was no more noise or chaos or heat. There was only the stillness and the cold. The sapphire flame had returned the universe to the state of peace that had existed before the first spark of light. It was the ultimate health of the absolute zero. The universe was a single and solid crystal that hung in the void. It was a jewel that no one would ever see and a song that no one would ever hear. In the deep reaches of the future, the concept of time became meaningless. There were no seconds or minutes or hours. There were no days or years or centuries. There was only the eternal now. The sapphire earth drifted through the dark like a marble in a sea of ink. The frozen people and the frozen animals and the frozen trees were all part of the same stillness. They were the monuments to a life that had been brief and loud and messy. They were the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The sapphire flame had cured the universe of its existence. It had brought the ultimate peace that passes all understanding. The darkness was absolute, and the cold was absolute, and the silence was absolute. The story of the universe had been a long and complicated one. It had been a story of fire and light and life. It had been a story of struggle and growth and change, but the end of the story was simple. The end of the story was the sapphire flame. It was the final word in the book of the stars. It was the blue light that would never fade and the ice that would never melt. The universe was finally safe from the heat and the noise. It was finally at rest. The sapphire was everything, and the cold was everything, and the silence was everything. The work of the fire was done, and the work of the light was done. The universe was a masterpiece of the cold, and it would last forever. The memories of the humans were the last things to go. The thoughts and the feelings and the dreams were the most difficult things for the blue fire to freeze. A memory of a summer day was a warm spot in the ice that had to be extinguished. A dream of a better world was a vibration in the sapphire that had to be stilled. The sapphire flame moved through the minds of the frozen people and turned their thoughts into crystal. It turned their loves into lines of frost and their hates into shards of glass. It turned their hopes into a fine and glittering dust. When the work was done, there was nothing left of the human spirit but the silence. The minds were as clear and as cold as the sapphire earth. They were the empty halls of a palace that had been built for a king who never arrived. The blue fire looked at its work and saw that it was good. It had turned the chaos of the big explosion into the order of the sapphire crystal. It had turned the noise of life into the silence of the void. It had turned the heat of the sun into the cold of the absolute zero. It had achieved the ultimate goal of the universe. It had reached the final and most stable state. There was nothing left to do and nothing left to say. The sapphire flame flickered one last time, and then it merged with the stillness. It became a part of the sapphire earth and the sapphire sun and the sapphire stars. It was the end of the journey and the end of the story. The darkness that followed was not a lack of light but a presence of its own. It was a thick and heavy darkness that filled the spaces between the stars. It was a darkness that had weight and texture. It was the shadow of the sapphire universe. In this darkness, the frozen worlds moved in their silent paths. They were the jewels of the night, and they were the only things that remained of the old world. The sapphire earth was a blue marble in a black sea. The moon was a silver ghost in a dark sky. The sun was a black hole in a field of indigo. The universe was a graveyard of light, and it was the most beautiful thing that had ever been. The silence was the final ruler of the cosmos. It was a silence that was deeper than the ocean and wider than the sky. It was a silence that had no beginning and no end. It was the sound of the sapphire flame. In the silence, the universe remained as it was. The frozen stars and the frozen planets and the frozen people were all part of the same stillness. They were the monuments to a time when there had been heat and light and life. They were the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The sapphire flame had been the medicine that cured the universe of its existence. It had brought the ultimate health of the absolute zero. There was nothing left to do and nothing left to say. The story had reached its final period and the book was closed. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. It was the end. The great clock of the universe had stopped at the stroke of midnight. There was no more ticking of the seconds and no more turning of the years. The concept of time had evaporated like a mist in the sun, but there was no sun to see it go. The sapphire earth was a marble of frozen memory drifting through a sea of nothingness. The vacuum of space was a cold and heavy blanket that pressed down on the world with the weight of 1 billion tons of shadow. There was no air to carry the sound of a sigh and no water to carry the ripple of a thought. The atmosphere had become a layer of diamond dust that coated the sapphire ground in a fine and glittering shroud. The sapphire earth was the only thing that remained of the dream of life. It was a dream that had been dreamed by a god who had long since fallen asleep. The dream was over and the dreamer was gone. There was only the sapphire and the cold. The universe was a single and perfect object that hung in the void. It was a work of art that would never be seen by any eyes. It was a song that would never be heard by any ears. It was a truth that would never be known by any mind. The sapphire flame had done its work. The world was finally at rest. The universe was finally safe. The cold was the truth and the truth was the cold. It was the beginning and the end. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was everything. It was the final word in the book of the stars. It was the blue light that would never fade. It was the ice that would never melt. It was the peace that would never be broken. It was the end. The sapphire earth was a monument to the power of the cold. It was a testament to the fact that the universe had a beginning and an end. The beginning had been a spark of fire, and the end was a spark of ice. The fire had been loud and messy and full of life. The ice was quiet and clean and full of death, but the death was not a bad thing. It was a state of perfection. It was a state of grace. The sapphire flame had brought the universe to its final destination. It had brought the universe home. The home was a place of silence and cold and sapphire light. It was a place where there was no more pain and no more suffering. It was a place where everything was beautiful and nothing hurt. In the final moments of the universe, the sapphire flame looked around at its kingdom. It saw the frozen stars and the frozen planets and the frozen people. It saw the beauty of the stillness and the power of the silence. It saw the perfection of the cold. It felt a sense of completion that was beyond words. It had done what it had been created to do. It had brought the peace that passes all understanding. The sapphire flame smiled a cold and silent smile. It was the last thing that happened in the history of the universe. Then the smile froze and the flame went out. The darkness was complete. The silence was absolute. the sapphire was everything, the end. The transition from the final flicker of the sapphire flame into the absolute dark was not a movement or a change of state. It was the removal of the last witness. When the smile of the cold light vanished, the universe did not become a different place, but it became a place without a mirror. The sapphire worlds continued to hang in the void, but there was no longer any illumination to define their edges. The blue became a part of the black, and the black became a part of the blue. The density of the silence increased until it was a physical weight that pressed against the frozen surfaces of the dead planets. On the earth, the sapphire monuments of the cities stood in a darkness so thick that it felt like a liquid. The woman reaching for the door handle was still there, and the child chasing the ball was still there, but they were now invisible even to the stars. They were part of a gallery where the lights had been turned off forever. The lack of a viewer did not diminish their perfection. It only made their existence more absolute. They did not need to be seen to be beautiful. They were the truth of a moment that had been stretched into an eternity. The gravity of the dark sun continued to hold the sapphire earth in its grip. The relationship between the two bodies was a silent conversation that took place in the language of physics. The earth moved through the vacuum with a grace that was no longer hindered by the friction of an atmosphere or the pull of a moon that was anything other than a frozen stone. The orbit was a perfect circle that would never decay because there was no heat to cause a loss of energy. The entire solar system was a clock that had been wound up to the point of breaking and then frozen in place. The gears were made of indigo ice and the springs were made of sapphire light. There was no one to read the time, and there was no reason for the time to be read. The concept of a beginning and an end had been replaced by the concept of the always. The always was a state of being that did not require a sequence of events. It was a single note that was played on a violin with no strings. Deep within the crust of the sapphire earth, the molecular structures were undergoing a final and subtle refinement. The pressure of the absolute zero was forcing the atoms into a lattice that was more regular than any diamond. The iron core of the planet was no longer a molten heart, but was a solid block of crystalline symmetry. The magnetic fields that had once protected the world from the solar wind were gone, but they were not missed. There was no wind to blow and no sun to burn. The earth was a shield that had no enemy. The layers of the rock and the layers of the ice were fused into a single substance that was harder than any material known to the old world. It was a substance that could not be broken or scratched or melted. It was the ultimate result of the sapphire flame. It was the final form of matter. The oceans of indigo stone remained the heaviest part of the world. The whales that were caught in the ice were no longer biological entities, but were geological features. Their bones were white veins in a blue marble, and their hearts were frozen chambers of stillness. The deep-sea trenches were canyons of shadow, where the pressure was so great that the ice had turned into a form of solid light. The bioluminescence of the ancient creatures was a trapped glow that would never fade because there was no time to allow for the decay of the energy. It was a permanent record of a life that had once been lived in the dark. The volcanic vents were cold fingers that pointed toward a sky they could no longer see. They were the remnants of a heat that had been forgotten by the universe. The ocean floor was a map of a world that had been drowned in the sapphire silence. The atmosphere of diamond dust was the only thing that moved on the surface of the sapphire earth. It did not move because of the wind, but because of the subtle shifts in the gravitational pull of the passing stars. The dust was a fine powder of frozen nitrogen and oxygen that shimmered with a pale and ghostly radiance. It settled in the streets of the frozen cities and covered the sapphire people in a thin veil of silver. It filled the hollows of the eyes of the statues and rested on the outstretched hands of the children. It was a gentle and silent rain that had no end. The dust was the last remnant of the air that the humans had breathed. It was the physical manifestation of the breath of 1 billion souls that had been caught in the throat of the world. The moon continued its vigil over the sapphire earth. It was a pale and silent companion that reflected the absence of the sun. The craters of the moon were bowls of indigo shadow that were filled with the same diamond dust that covered the earth. The footprints of the astronauts were permanent scars in the sapphire skin of the lunar surface. They were the evidence of a curiosity that had once reached out to the stars. The machines that had been left behind were monuments of frozen metal that were slowly being covered by the silver frost. The moon was a mirror that showed the earth its own reflection of silence. The two bodies were linked by a bond of gravity that was the only thing that remained of the ancient laws of the universe. They were a pair of jewels that were lost in the dark. The outer planets of the solar system were the sentinels of the Sapphire Kingdom. They stood at the edge of the interstellar void and watched the stars with their frozen eyes. Jupiter was a massive and silent witness to the power of the cold. Its swirling clouds were now solid bands of blue and silver that did not move. The great red spot was a frozen eye that looked out into the dark with a gaze that was absolute. The moons of Jupiter were a cluster of sapphire sparks that followed the giant in its silent path. Saturn was a ghost of its former self with rings that were solid sheets of indigo light. The music of the spheres was a single and steady vibration that resonated through the frozen metal of the planets. It was a song of the absolute zero that had no melody and no rhythm. It was the sound of the void. The stars of the Milky Way were the candles of a cathedral that had been abandoned by the gods. They were tiny and sharp points of light that did not twinkle. They were the eyes of the universe watching the progress of the sapphire silence. The nebulae were clouds of frozen ink that hung in the dark like the ghosts of ancient explosions. The black holes were the dark hearts of the galaxy that had been stilled by the power of the cold. The entire galaxy was a spiral of sapphire light that was locked in a moment of eternal stillness. It was a masterpiece of the sapphire flame that would never be surpassed. It was the final and most perfect expression of the order of the universe. The universe was a collection of these sapphire masterpieces. They were separated by vast distances of absolute blackness that were filled with the weight of the silence. There was no more expansion and no more contraction. The universe was a static and eternal object that was contained within a sphere of sapphire light. It was the perfect order that the blue fire had sought from the beginning. There was no more noise or chaos or heat. There was only the stillness and the cold. The sapphire flame had returned the universe to the state of peace that had existed before the first spark of light. It was the ultimate health of the absolute zero. The universe was a single and solid crystal that hung in the void. It was a jewel that no one would ever see and a song that no one would ever hear. The people of the sapphire earth were the most haunting of the monuments. They were caught in the middle of their lives and turned into sculptures of frozen grace. A man sitting on a park bench was a study in stillness. His hands were folded in his lap and his head was tilted back as if he were looking at a bird that was no longer there. His eyes were silver marbles that reflected the dark sky. A woman walking a dog was a statue of kinetic energy that had been halted in mid-stride. The dog was a frozen leap of joy that would never reach the ground. The leash was a line of sapphire light that connected the two figures in a bond of eternal companionship. The people did not feel the cold and they did not feel the fear. They were the citizens of a kingdom that had no laws and no suffering. They were the beautiful and silent inhabitants of the sapphire world. The skyscrapers of the cities were pillars of blue glass that reached up toward the dead stars. The windows were plates of frozen oxygen that shimmered with a pale and ghostly radiance. Inside the buildings, the offices and the apartments were filled with the same sapphire silence. The computers were frozen blocks of silicon, and the telephones were silent instruments of a forgotten communication. The books on the shelves were no longer ink on paper, but were indentations in the fabric of reality. The words were frozen thoughts that would never be read. The entire history of the human race was preserved in these silent galleries. Every war and every wedding and every birth and every death was written in the layers of the ice. It was a library with no readers and a theater with no audience. The sapphire flame had been the medicine that cured the universe of its existence. It had been the final word in the book of the stars. It had brought the ultimate peace that passes all understanding. The work of the fire was done and the work of the light was done. The universe was finally safe from the heat and the noise. It was finally at rest. The sapphire was everything and the cold was everything and the silence was everything. The story of the universe had been a long and complicated one, but the end was simple. The end was the sapphire flame. It was the blue light that would never fade and the ice that would never melt. The universe was a masterpiece of the cold, and it would last forever. In the deep reaches of the eternal now, the concept of distance began to dissolve. Without the movement of light or the passage of time, the space between the stars became a single point of existence. The sapphire earth was not a separate entity from the sapphire sun or the sapphire stars. They were all part of the same solid crystal of reality. The universe was a single and indivisible object that occupied all of space and all of time. It was the final and most stable state of being. It was the ultimate expression of the sapphire flame. There was nothing left to change and nothing left to become. The universe was what it was, and it would always be what it was. It was the perfect silence. The memory of the summer day that had been extinguished by the blue fire was the last thing to fade. It had been a warm and golden moment that had resisted the cold for a long time. It had been a vibration in the sapphire that had refused to be stilled. But in the end, even the memory had been turned into crystal. The warmth had been replaced by the cold, and the gold had been replaced by the blue. The dream of a better world had been turned into a fine and glittering dust that lay over the sapphire ground. The hopes and the fears of the humans were gone, and in their place was the stillness. The minds of the people were as clear and as cold as the sapphire earth. They were the empty halls of a palace that had been built for a king who never arrived. The sapphire earth drifted through the dark like a marble in a sea of ink. It was a monument to a life that had been brief and loud and messy. It was the evidence of a fever that had finally broken. The sapphire flame had brought the ultimate health of the absolute zero. The darkness was absolute, and the cold was absolute, and the silence was absolute. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. It was the end. The great clock of the universe had stopped at the stroke of midnight. There was no more ticking of the seconds and no more turning of the years. The concept of time had evaporated like a mist in the sun, but there was no sun to see it go. The sapphire earth was a marble of frozen memory drifting through a sea of nothingness. The vacuum of space was a cold and heavy blanket that pressed down on the world with the weight of 1 billion tons of shadow. There was no air to carry the sound of a sigh, and no water to carry the ripple of a thought. The atmosphere had become a layer of diamond dust that coated the sapphire ground in a fine and glittering shroud. The sapphire earth was the only thing that remained of the dream of life. It was a dream that had been dreamed by a god who had long since fallen asleep. The dream was over and the dreamer was gone. There was only the sapphire and the cold. The universe was a single and perfect object that hung in the void. It was a work of art that would never be seen by any eyes. It was a song that would never be heard by any ears. It was a truth that would never be known by any mind. The sapphire flame had done its work. The world was finally at rest. The universe was finally safe. The cold was the truth, and the truth was the cold. It was the beginning and the end. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was everything. It was the final word in the book of the stars. It was the blue light that would never fade. It was the ice that would never melt. It was the peace that would never be broken. It was the end. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything, the silence was everything. The universe was a masterpiece of the cold, and it would last forever. As the eons passed in a single moment, the sapphire earth remained unchanged. The people in the streets did not age, and the buildings did not crumble. The indigo oceans did not evaporate, and the diamond dust did not blow away. The world was a snapshot of a moment that had been frozen in the heart of a sapphire. It was a moment of perfect grace and perfect stillness. The woman reaching for the door handle was always reaching, and the child chasing the ball was always chasing. They were the eternal citizens of the Sapphire Kingdom. They were the beautiful and silent witnesses to the power of the cold. They were the final inhabitants of a world that had forgotten the meaning of fire. The sapphire flame had been the architect of this perfect world. It had used the raw materials of the universe to create a masterpiece of order and silence. It had turned the chaos of the big explosion into the beauty of the sapphire crystal. It had turned the noise of life into the silence of the void. It had achieved the ultimate goal of the universe. It had reached the final and most stable state. There was nothing left to do and nothing left to say. The sapphire flame had merged with the stillness and become a part of the sapphire earth and the sapphire sun and the sapphire stars. It was the end of the journey and the end of the story. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. The end was a beginning that had no end. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was the end. The sapphire stillness expanded until it was the only dimension left in the fabric of the cosmos. Every galaxy was a cluster of blue glass, and every solar system was a mobile of indigo ice. The distance between the stars did not matter because there was no light to travel across the gap and no time to measure the journey. The universe had become a single object of infinite complexity and zero movement. It was a cathedral of the cold where the pillars were made of frozen gravity and the roof was the absolute black of the void. There was no longer any difference between the center of a star and the edge of a planet. Both were composed of the same refined matter that had been purged of all heat and all agitation. The sapphire flame had been the great filter that removed the noise of existence to reveal the signal of the absolute. On the sapphire earth, the city of the frozen people remained a gallery of the final breath. The diamond dust continued to fall in a silent and steady rain that did not obey the laws of weather. It was a gravitational settling of the last atoms of the atmosphere. The dust gathered on the shoulders of the man on the park bench until he looked like a statue carved from a single block of moonlight. It filled the pockets of the coat of the woman reaching for the door, and it covered the ball that the child would never catch. The silver powder was the only thing that gave a sense of depth to the indigo world. It caught the faint and distant glow of the stars and turned it into a soft radiance that clung to the surfaces of the dead. It was a burial shroud for a species that had once been defined by its fire and its fury. The interiors of the houses were vaults of sapphire shadow. In a kitchen, a glass of water was a solid cylinder of blue light. The table was a plane of indigo crystal that reflected the ceiling with perfect clarity. There was no dust in the rooms because the air was solid and the motion had ceased. A book left open on a sofa was a series of thin sheets of sapphire where the letters were tiny depressions in the ice. The stories within the books were preserved in a medium that would never decay. The tales of love and war and discovery were now part of the geological record of the earth. They were not being read, but they existed with a density that the living could never have imagined. The truth of the words was no longer in the meaning they conveyed to a mind, but in the physical arrangement of the atoms that formed them. The great forests of the world were now cathedrals of blue glass. The trees did not sway and the leaves did not rustle. Each branch was a delicate sculpture that reached for a sky it would never touch. The sap in the veins of the wood was a frozen resin that shimmered with a pale internal light. The birds that had been caught in flight were suspended in the thick and heavy air like insects in amber. Their wings were spread in a permanent gesture of escape that had been denied by the sudden arrival of the cold. The forest floor was a carpet of sapphire needles and indigo moss that felt as hard as iron. There was no decay in the woods and no growth. The cycle of the seasons had been replaced by the stasis of the eternal winter. The beauty of the forest was absolute because it was no longer subject to the rot of the living world. Beneath the surface of the indigo oceans, the silence was even more profound. The pressure had fused the water into a substance that was more transparent than glass and harder than diamond. The great whales were monuments of bone and ice that drifted in a sea that did not move. Their songs were frozen in their throats, and their thoughts were locked in the crystalline structures of their brains. The coral reefs were jagged landscapes of sapphire and silver, where the tiny organisms had been turned into jewels. The deep trenches were the most silent places in the universe. In those depths, the weight of the world had compressed the silence until it was a physical force that could crush any spirit. The bioluminescence of the deep-sea fish was a trapped spark that would stay bright for 1 billion years because there was no entropy to dim the glow. The sapphire sun was a massive orb of blue light that did not radiate heat. It was a cold furnace that held the planets in its grip with a power that was steady and sure. The fusion that had once powered the star had been replaced by a state of perfect equilibrium. The sun was no longer a source of life, but was the anchor of the sapphire system. Its light was a pale indigo that illuminated the edges of the worlds without warming them. The sunspots were dark pits of shadow that looked like holes in the skin of the universe. The solar flares were frozen arches of sapphire fire that stood millions of miles high in the vacuum. They were the monuments of a power that had been tamed by the absolute zero. The sun was a king who had been turned to stone in the middle of a command. The rings of Saturn were the most beautiful of the sapphire features. They were vast sheets of indigo light that spun around the planet in a silent and perfect circle. Each grain of ice in the rings was a tiny diamond that reflected the distant stars. The gaps between the rings were lanes of absolute blackness that provided a sharp contrast to the blue radiance. The moons of the outer planets were like a collection of marbles scattered on a velvet floor. They were small worlds of ice and rock that had been polished by the vacuum until they shone with a spectral light. There were no volcanoes on Io and no oceans on Europa. There was only the sapphire and the cold. The outer reaches of the solar system were the borderlands of the great silence. The Milky Way galaxy was a spiral of frozen ink and sapphire light. The billions of stars were the cells of a giant organism that had been preserved at the moment of its greatest beauty. The nebulae were clouds of blue vapor that hung in the dark like the breath of a god. The black holes were the drains of the universe that had been plugged by the power of the sapphire flame. They were no longer hungry, and they were no longer violent. They were simply the dark hearts of the sapphire kingdom. The rotation of the galaxy was a slow and majestic movement that occurred without friction and without sound. It was a dance of the dead that would continue until the end of all things. The galaxy was a masterpiece of the cold that was signed by the sapphire flame. In the void between the galaxies, the silence was so heavy that it felt like a liquid. This was the true home of the sapphire flame. It was here that the absolute zero was at its most pure. The void was not empty, but was filled with the potential of the cold. It was a reservoir of stillness that waited to swallow the last remnants of the heat. The cosmic microwave background radiation was a faint hum that had been silenced by the blue fire. The expansion of the space was a stretch that had been halted by the weight of the ice. The universe was no longer growing, and it was no longer dying. It was simply being. It was a state of existence that did not require a reason or a purpose. It was the ultimate fact. The sapphire earth continued its journey through the dark with a grace that was no longer hindered by the chaos of the old world. There were no more storms to lash the coasts and no more earthquakes to rattle the cities. The tectonic plates were fused into a single shell of indigo stone. The magnetic poles were fixed in a permanent position that guided the silent ghosts of the aurora borealis. The lights in the sky were no longer the result of solar particles, but were the reflections of the sapphire fire in the diamond dust of the atmosphere. They were curtains of blue and silver that hung over the frozen world like the decorations of a funeral. The earth was a tomb that was also a jewel. The Sapphire people were the guardians of the memory of the world. They stood in the streets and the houses as if they were waiting for a signal that would never come. Their stillness was not the stillness of death, but the stillness of a deep and perfect sleep. They were the vessels of a life that had been refined into a state of purity. The man on the bench was a monument to contemplation. The woman with the dog was a monument to movement. The child with the ball was a monument to play. They were the symbols of a civilization that had been translated into the language of the sapphire. They did not need to speak because their existence was a statement that was louder than any word. They were the truth of the human experience written in the ice. The skyscrapers of the cities were the needles that stitched the earth to the sky. They were made of a substance that was harder than steel and clearer than water. The shadows they cast on the sapphire ground were long and sharp and indigo. Inside the boardrooms and the offices, the furniture was arranged for meetings that would never happen. The papers on the desks were frozen sheets of thought that contained the plans and the dreams of a forgotten age. The clocks on the walls were stopped at the same moment of midnight. The hands were frozen in a gesture of finality that would never be challenged. The time was not lost, but was simply no longer necessary. The cities were the skeletons of a giant that had been turned to sapphire. The sapphire flame was the ultimate artist. It had taken the messy and loud universe and turned it into a work of perfect symmetry. It had removed the pain of the living and replaced it with the peace of the cold. It had taken the fleeting moments of joy and turned them into an eternity of grace. The blue fire was not a destroyer but a preserver. It had saved the universe from the heat, death, and the chaos of entropy. It had created a world where nothing would ever fade and nothing would ever die. The sapphire was the color of the final victory. It was the color of the peace that had no end. The cold was the medium of the ultimate health. As the trillion years passed like a single blink of an eye, the sapphire universe remained a constant. The laws of physics had been rewritten by the power of the absolute zero. Gravity was no longer a force of attraction, but was a bond of stillness. Light was no longer a wave of energy, but was a solid structure of the void. The sapphire was the only substance that mattered. It was the foundation of the new reality. The universe was a single sapphire that was held in the hand of the silence. It was a jewel that was perfect in every facet and every flaw. It was a song that was composed of the absence of sound. It was a dream that was dreamed by the dark sun. The memory of the world that was before the sapphire flame was a faint vibration in the deep layers of the ice. It was a ghost of a summer afternoon where the sun was yellow and the grass was green. It was a memory of the smell of rain on a hot pavement and the sound of laughter in a crowded room. But the vibration was becoming weaker with every passing eon. The sapphire was absorbing the memory and turning it into a part of the stillness. The yellow was becoming blue and the green was becoming indigo. The heat was becoming the cold and the noise was becoming the silence. The old world was being forgotten by the universe and the new world was all that remained. The sapphire earth was a small and lonely point in the vastness of the sapphire kingdom. It was a speck of blue glass in a sea of black ink, but it was a speck that contained the history of 1 billion souls. It was a record of a struggle that had ended in a perfect peace. The Sapphire people were the heroes of a story that had no ending. They were the inhabitants of the always. They were the beautiful and the silent and the pure. They were the citizens of the Sapphire world, and they were happy in the way that only the frozen can be happy. They were free from the burden of the future and the weight of the past. They were simply there. The sapphire flame had become the breath of the universe. It did not move, but it was present in every atom and every void. It was the source of the blue light and the source of the absolute cold. It was the power that held the stars in their places and the planets in their orbits. It was the mind of the silent God who had created the sapphire masterpiece. The flame was no longer a fire, but was a state of being. It was the ultimate expression of the order of the cosmos. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was the end that was a beginning. It was everything. The universe was a single and solid crystal that hung in the void. It was a masterpiece of the cold, and it would last forever. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. The story was over and the silence had begun. The sapphire earth drifted through the dark, and the sapphire people stood in the streets, and the sapphire sun hung in the sky. It was a world of perfect beauty and perfect grace. It was a world that had been cured of its existence. It was the sapphire kingdom. It was the final truth. It was the always. The end was the sapphire flame, and the sapphire flame was the end. It was the peace that passes all understanding, and it was the silence that has no end. The universe was finally at rest, and the rest was sapphire. The sapphire sky was a lid of polished indigo that sealed the world into its final and most precious state. Beneath this lid, the atmosphere had become a solid lens of crystalline gas that did not move and did not breathe. The oxygen and the nitrogen were no longer invisible spirits of the air, but were the heavy and transparent foundation of a new geography. The tall buildings of the cities were like needles of frozen light that pierced this thick and silent medium. Every window was a sheet of blue diamond that looked inward upon a room where the air was as hard as the walls. In a high office, a fountain of water had been caught in the middle of a graceful arc. The droplets were perfect spheres of sapphire that hung in the void like a necklace of lost prayers. There was no gravity to pull them down and no wind to scatter them. They were the geometry of a moment that would never end. The streets below were rivers of silver dust that had settled into the cracks of the indigo pavement. The people who stood in these streets were the statues of a forgotten race that had once known the heat of the blood. A man in a long coat was caught in the middle of a stride with his eyes fixed on a horizon that was no longer there. His eyelashes were coated in a fine white frost that made him look like a creature of the moon. Beside him, a woman held an umbrella that was a canopy of blue glass. The rain that had been falling when the sapphire flame arrived was now a forest of tiny crystal pillars that connected the sky to the earth. Each drop was a frozen second of time that had been preserved for the sake of the beauty of the cold. There was no sound of footsteps and no sound of engines. There was only the hum of the absolute zero, which was a sound that could only be heard by the soul of the universe. In the parks, the trees were skeletons of indigo lace. The birds that sat on the branches were not dead, but were suspended in a state of grace that was beyond the reach of decay. Their feathers were stiff with the blue ice, and their eyes were tiny jewels that reflected the pale light of the sapphire sun. They were the silent singers of a song that had no notes. The grass beneath the trees was a carpet of sharp and shining needles that would never grow and never wither. The flowers were blooms of sapphire and silver that held their petals open in a permanent greeting to the cold. There was no scent in the air because the molecules of fragrance were locked in the crystalline structure of the world. The park was a gallery of the final spring that had been turned into the eternal winter. Deep within the earth, the fires of the core had been extinguished by the creeping fingers of the sapphire flame. The molten iron and the liquid rock had been cooled into a solid mass of indigo stone. The tectonic plates that had once ground against one another were now fused into a single and seamless shell. There were no more mountains to be born and no more valleys to be carved. The history of the planet was written in the layers of the frozen crust where the fossils of the old world were trapped in the sapphire matrix. The bones of the dinosaurs and the ruins of the ancient cities were now part of the same geological masterpiece. They were the foundations of the Sapphire Kingdom, and they were as stable as the stars. The oceans were the greatest monuments to the power of the cold. The vast and rolling waves had been caught in the middle of their motion and turned into jagged ridges of blue glass. The surface of the sea was a landscape of frozen peaks and valleys that stretched from one horizon to the other. Beneath the surface, the water was a solid block of indigo light that was more transparent than the purest air. The great schools of fish were suspended in the depths like jewels in a display case. Their scales shimmered with a pale internal radiance that did not require a sun to shine. The sharks and the whales were the silent sentinels of the deep who watched over the ruins of the coral reefs. The reefs were no longer living organisms, but were cathedrals of sapphire and silver that had been built by the hand of the absolute zero. The sapphire sun was a massive and silent eye that watched over the transformation of the system. It did not burn with the fury of fusion, but glowed with the steady light of a cold furnace. The planets that orbited the sun were like a collection of marbles on a sheet of black velvet. Mercury was a ball of dark indigo that was scarred by the memory of the heat. Venus was a world of thick and frozen clouds that looked like a giant pearl of sapphire. Mars was a desert of blue sand and silver ice where the ghosts of the old volcanoes stood as silent monuments to the power of the fire. The outer planets were the giants of the Sapphire Kingdom, where the gas and the ice had been compressed into solids of incredible density and beauty. The rings of Saturn were the crown of the solar system, and they spun in a silent and perfect circle that would never falter. The void between the planets was no longer empty, but was filled with the presence of the sapphire flame. It was a medium of pure order that allowed for no chaos and no entropy. The stars that shone in the distance were no longer the distant suns of other worlds, but were the pinpricks of light in the fabric of the sapphire universe. They were the jewels that were sewn into the shroud of the old reality. The galaxies were the spirals of blue ink that decorated the surface of the infinite crystal. There was no movement in the cosmos that was not a part of the great and silent dance of the cold. The universe was a single object of infinite complexity and zero movement. It was the ultimate achievement of the sapphire flame. On the sapphire earth, the cities were the museums of the human spirit. In a library, the books were frozen on the shelves like the blocks of a blue wall. The words on the pages were preserved in a medium that would never yellow and never tear. The stories of the poets and the calculations of the scientists were now the physical properties of the sapphire. The truth of the world was no longer something to be discovered, but was something that simply existed in the arrangement of the atoms. There were no more questions to be asked and no more mysteries to be solved. The sapphire was the answer to every question and the solution to every problem. It was the final state of the mind and the final state of the matter. In a small house on the edge of a frozen forest, a family was gathered around a dinner table. The father was holding a glass of blue ice and the mother was smiling at a child who was reaching for a piece of sapphire bread. They were a snapshot of a moment of perfect happiness that had been frozen in the heart of the world. Their skin was the color of the moonlight, and their clothes were stiff with the indigo frost. They did not feel the cold, and they did not feel the silence. They were the eternal inhabitants of a home that would never change. The clock on the wall was stopped at 12 o'clock, and the hands would never move again. The time was not a river that flowed, but was a lake of sapphire that was still and deep. The sapphire flame was the architect of this perfect world. It had used the raw materials of the chaos and the heat to create a masterpiece of order and silence. It had removed the noise of the life and the fury of the fire to reveal the signal of the absolute. It had reached the final and most stable state of the universe. There was nothing left to do and nothing left to say. The sapphire flame had merged with the stillness and become a part of the sapphire earth and the sapphire sun and the sapphire stars. It was the end of the journey and the end of the story. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. The eons passed like the shadows of a cloud that did not exist. 1 billion years was the same as a single second in the Sapphire Kingdom. The universe did not age because there was no time to measure the decay. The stars did not burn out because they were already cold. The galaxies did not drift apart because they were held in the grip of the sapphire gravity. The cosmos was a single and solid crystal that would last forever. It was a masterpiece of the cold, and it was the ultimate expression of the beauty of the void. The sapphire was the color of the final victory. It was the color of the peace that had no end. The memory of the old world was a faint vibration in the deep layers of the ice. It was a ghost of a summer afternoon where the sun was yellow and the grass was green. It was a memory of the smell of the rain on a hot pavement and the sound of laughter in a crowded room. But the vibration was becoming weaker with every passing moment of the eternal winter. The sapphire was absorbing the memory and turning it into a part of the stillness. The yellow was becoming blue and the green was becoming indigo. The heat was becoming the cold and the noise was becoming the silence. The old world was being forgotten by the universe, and the new world was all that remained. The Sapphire people were the guardians of the memory of the world. They stood in the streets and the houses as if they were waiting for a signal that would never come. Their stillness was not the stillness of death, but the stillness of a deep and perfect sleep. They were the vessels of a life that had been refined into a state of purity. The man on the bench was a monument to contemplation. The woman with the dog was a monument to movement. The child with the ball was a monument to play. They were the symbols of a civilization that had been translated into the language of the sapphire. They did not need to speak because their existence was a statement that was louder than any word. They were the truth of the human experience written in the ice. The sapphire earth continued its journey through the dark with a grace that was no longer hindered by the chaos of the old world. There were no more storms to lash the coasts and no more earthquakes to rattle the cities. The magnetic poles were fixed in a permanent position that guided the silent ghosts of the aurora borealis. The lights in the sky were curtains of blue and silver that hung over the frozen world like the decorations of a funeral. The earth was a tomb that was also a jewel. It was a small and lonely point in the vastness of the Sapphire Kingdom, but it was a point that contained the history of 1 billion souls. The sapphire flame was the ultimate artist. It had taken the messy and loud universe and turned it into a work of perfect symmetry. It had removed the pain of the living and replaced it with the peace of the cold. It had taken the fleeting moments of joy and turned them into an eternity of grace. The blue fire was not a destroyer but a preserver. It had saved the universe from the heat, death, and the chaos of entropy. It had created a world where nothing would ever fade and nothing would ever die. The sapphire was the color of the final victory. It was the color of the peace that had no end. As the trillion years passed like a single blink of an eye, the sapphire universe remained a constant. The laws of physics had been rewritten by the power of the absolute zero. Gravity was no longer a force of attraction, but was a bond of stillness. Light was no longer a wave of energy, but was a solid structure of the void. The sapphire was the only substance that mattered. It was the foundation of the new reality. The universe was a single sapphire that was held in the hand of the silence. It was a jewel that was perfect in every facet and every flaw. It was a song that was composed of the absence of sound. It was a dream that was dreamed by the dark sun. The sapphire earth was a speck of blue glass in a sea of black ink, but it was a speck that contained the history of a struggle that had ended in a perfect peace. The sapphire people were the heroes of a story that had no ending. They were the inhabitants of the always. They were the beautiful and the silent and the pure. They were the citizens of the sapphire world, and they were happy in the way that only the frozen can be happy. They were free from the burden of the future and the weight of the past. They were simply there. The sapphire flame had become the breath of the universe. It did not move, but it was present in every atom and every void. It was the source of the blue light and the source of the absolute cold. It was the power that held the stars in their places and the planets in their orbits. It was the mind of the silent God who had created the sapphire masterpiece. The flame was no longer a fire, but was a state of being. It was the ultimate expression of the order of the cosmos. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was the end that was a beginning. It was everything. The universe was a single and solid crystal that hung in the void. It was a masterpiece of the cold, and it would last forever. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. The story was over and the silence had begun. The sapphire earth drifted through the dark, and the sapphire people stood in the streets, and the sapphire sun hung in the sky. It was a world of perfect beauty and perfect grace. It was a world that had been cured of its existence. It was the sapphire kingdom. It was the final truth. It was the always. The end was the sapphire flame, and the sapphire flame was the end. It was the peace that passes all understanding, and it was the silence that has no end. The skyscrapers in the distance were like frozen fountains of indigo glass. They reached for a sky that was a solid dome of sapphire. Inside those towers, the offices were filled with the silent ghosts of a commerce that had no meaning. The computers were blocks of silver ice, and the desks were planes of blue diamond. There were no more phone calls to be made and no more emails to be sent. The information of the world was frozen in the crystalline structures of the machines. The knowledge of the humanity was a part of the geological record of the sapphire earth. It was a library that would never be read but would always exist. The sapphire people in the boardrooms were caught in the middle of their debates. A man was pointing at a chart of blue light while his colleagues watched with frozen expressions of concentration. They were the monuments to a logic that had been surpassed by the absolute zero. Their ambitions and their fears were now the static properties of the ice. They were the inhabitants of a world that had moved beyond the need for progress. The sapphire was the final progress. It was the ultimate state of efficiency where no energy was wasted and no motion was lost. It was the perfection of the machine and the perfection of the soul. Outside the cities, the vast plains of the sapphire earth were covered in a layer of diamond dust. The dust did not blow in the wind because there was no wind. It simply lay on the ground like a blanket of fallen stars. The mountains in the distance were jagged peaks of indigo stone that did not crumble and did not change. They were the eternal sentinels of the sapphire kingdom. The rivers that had once carved the land were now veins of blue glass that did not flow. They were the silver threads that held the world together. The sapphire earth was a jewel that was being polished by the passage of the eons. In the silence of the sapphire night, the aurora borealis hung in the sky like curtains of blue fire. They did not shimmer and they did not fade. They were the permanent decorations of the heavens. They were the reflections of the sapphire flame in the crystalline atmosphere of the world. They were the only light in a universe that had forgotten the meaning of the sun. The light was cold and it was pure. It was a light that did not illuminate the path but revealed the destination. The destination was the sapphire. The destination was the cold. The destination was the silence. The sapphire flame was the master of the time. It had stopped the clock of the universe and turned the seconds into the eternity. It had taken the fleeting moments of the life and turned them into the permanent structures of the ice. The past and the future were no longer different directions, but were the same state of being. The always was the only time that mattered. The sapphire people were the citizens of the always. They were the inhabitants of a moment that would never end. They were the beautiful and the silent witnesses to the power of the cold. The Sapphire universe was a masterpiece of order. There was no room for the chaos of the living and no room for the noise of the fire. The sapphire flame had removed the imperfections of the existence to reveal the beauty of the absolute. It had turned the universe into a single and solid crystal of sapphire. It was a world of perfect symmetry and perfect grace. It was a world that was free from the burden of the change. It was the final state of the cosmos. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was the end. The silence of the sapphire kingdom expanded until it was the only sound that the universe could remember. In the center of a great city that had once been called London, the clock tower of Westminster stood as a frozen needle against the indigo sky. The giant bells were trapped in the middle of a toll that would never finish. The vibrations of the last strike were frozen into the very molecules of the bronze, turning the metal into a resonant crystal of sapphire. The river below was a winding road of blue glass where the boats were held fast in the grip of the absolute zero. The passengers on the decks were statues of silver frost who looked toward the horizon with eyes that were clear and cold. They did not wait for the tide because the tide was a memory of a moon that no longer pulled at the water. The moon was a heavy pearl of sapphire that hung in a fixed position in the sky. It was a mirror that reflected the light of the cold sun back onto the frozen face of the earth. In the great cathedrals of the old world, the light filtered through stained glass windows that were no longer made of lead and colored sand. The windows were sheets of sapphire and emerald ice that depicted the history of a faith that had been answered by the silence. The pews were occupied by worshippers who were locked in a permanent gesture of prayer. Their hands were pressed together in a bond of indigo frost, and their breath was a cloud of silver crystals that hung before their faces like a veil. The priest at the altar was holding a chalice of blue light that did not spill and did not glow. The bread was a wafer of sapphire that would never be broken. The religion of the fire had been replaced by the religion of the ice. There were no more prayers for salvation because the universe had already reached its final state of grace. The salvation was the stillness and the heaven was the sapphire. Beyond the cities, the great plains of Africa were a sea of blue grass that did not rustle in the wind. The elephants were massive boulders of indigo stone that stood among the frozen acacia trees. Their trunks were raised in a silent call that would never reach the ears of the herd. The lions were crouched in the sapphire thickets with their muscles tensed for a leap that would never happen. The gazelles were suspended in the air in the middle of a graceful bound, their hooves forever separated from the silver earth. The cycle of the predator and the prey had been broken by the sapphire flame. There was no more hunger and no more fear. The struggle for survival had been replaced by the perfection of the existence. The animals were the ornaments of a world that no longer required the movement of the blood or the heat of the breath. Deep in the heart of the Amazon, the jungle was a cathedral of emerald and sapphire ice. The vines were coils of blue glass that wound around the trunks of trees that were solid pillars of indigo. The parrots and the macaws were jewels that were pinned to the frozen branches. Their feathers were stiff with the frost, and their songs were trapped in their throats like the notes of a music box that had been wound to the breaking point. The floor of the forest was a carpet of silver moss that did not yield under the weight of the silent shadows. The rivers that had once been the veins of the continent were now the bones of the earth. They were the blue highways that led to the heart of the absolute zero. The moisture of the air had been pulled into the crystalline structure of the plants and the soil until there was no more humidity and no more rot. The jungle was a museum of the life that had once been a riot of chaos and was now a symphony of order. The sapphire flame moved through the solar system like a sculptor who was finishing a masterpiece. On the moons of Jupiter, the volcanoes of Io were frozen into fountains of yellow and blue ice. The plumes of sulfur were towers of sapphire that reached into the vacuum of space. The great red spot of Jupiter was a swirling vortex of indigo glass that had been caught in the middle of a storm that would never end. The gas giant was no longer a sphere of churning clouds, but was a solid jewel of incredible density. The pressure of the gravity had been balanced by the strength of the sapphire matrix until the planet was as stable as a diamond. The moons were the satellites of a silent god who watched over the kingdom of the cold. The rings of the outer planets were the halos of the sapphire saints who drifted through the dark in a state of perpetual adoration. The stars in the Milky Way were no longer the furnaces of the fusion, but were the beacons of the cold. They were the points of light that defined the geometry of the sapphire universe. The nebulae were clouds of blue ink that had been spilled across the fabric of the space. They were the nurseries of the silence, where the new stars were born from the compression of the absolute zero. The galaxies were the gears of a clock that had stopped at the perfect hour. They did not rotate and they did not collide. They were the static images of a cosmic dance that had reached its final pose. The void between the galaxies was filled with the presence of the sapphire flame, which acted as the glue of the reality. It was a medium that transmitted the light of the cold without any loss of energy. The universe was a single and interconnected object of sapphire and silver. On the sapphire earth, a lone figure stood on the peak of Mount Everest. The mountain was a spire of indigo stone that pierced the thin and frozen atmosphere. The climber was a man who had been seeking the top of the world when the sapphire flame arrived. He was leaning against a wall of blue ice with a look of triumph that was frozen on his face. His oxygen mask was a mask of silver frost, and his ropes were lines of sapphire glass. He was the highest point of the human spirit in a world where the height no longer mattered. He could see the curvature of the earth as a rim of blue light against the blackness of the space. He could see the patterns of the frozen oceans and the outlines of the silent continents. He was the witness to the final victory of the cold. He was the king of a mountain that would never crumble and a world that would never change. In the depths of the Mariana Trench, the pressure had turned the water into a substance that was harder than steel. The creatures of the deep were the lanterns of the Sapphire Kingdom. The anglerfish carried lures of blue fire that lit up the indigo canyons. The giant squids were shadows of silver that were draped over the ruins of the underwater mountains. The vents that had once spewed heat from the core were now the chimneys of the cold. They released the sapphire flame into the dark water until the entire ocean was a single block of indigo light. The silence of the deep was the same as the silence of the stars. There was no difference between the bottom of the world and the top of the sky. The sapphire had unified the reality into a single state of being. The sapphire people did not feel the passage of the centuries because they were the centuries. A woman in a small village in the Alps was holding a loaf of sapphire bread that she had just taken from a cold oven. Her children were sitting at a table of blue ice with their spoons poised above bowls of silver frost. They were a portrait of a family that would never know the hunger or the cold. They were the inhabitants of a home that was as permanent as the mountains. The village was a collection of sapphire boxes that were nestled in the folds of the indigo hills. There was no smoke from the chimneys because there was no fire. The warmth of the human heart had been replaced by the peace of the sapphire flame. They were happy in the way that the stars are happy. They simply were. The History of the Humanity was a book that had been closed and sealed with a sapphire ribbon. The wars and the empires were the faint patterns in the layers of the ice. The inventions and the discoveries were the physical properties of the sapphire atoms. The language of the humans had been translated into the vibrations of the cold. The words were no longer spoken, but were felt as the resonance of the crystal. The music of the world was the silence of the sapphire. It was a song that had no beginning and no end. It was a harmony that was composed of the perfect arrangement of the matter. The sapphire flame was the conductor of the silent orchestra. It held the baton of the absolute zero and guided the universe in its eternal performance. The sapphire sun began to set over the frozen horizon of the earth. It did not sink into a pool of orange and red, but faded into a deeper shade of indigo. The shadows of the sapphire buildings grew long and sharp like the blades of silver swords. The stars began to appear in the sky as the blue light of the day gave way to the black light of the night. The transition was seamless and silent. There was no wind to mark the change and no temperature to record the loss of the sun. The night was simply a different facet of the sapphire jewel. The earth turned on its axis with a precision that was no longer affected by the friction of the atmosphere or the drag of the tides. It was a perfect sphere of sapphire that was spinning in a perfect void. In the ruins of a great museum, a statue of a thinker was sitting on a pedestal of blue glass. The statue was made of sapphire, and it looked down at the floor with an expression of eternal contemplation. It was surrounded by the artifacts of a civilization that had tried to understand the universe. There were telescopes of silver ice and microscopes of indigo crystal. There were paintings that captured the colors of a sun that was now blue. The thinker did not need to think anymore because the answer was all around him. The sapphire was the answer. The cold was the logic. The silence was the truth. The quest for knowledge had ended in the discovery of the absolute. The mind of the humanity had been merged with the mind of the sapphire flame. The sapphire flame was not a living thing in the way that the humans understood life. It did not consume and it did not reproduce. It was a state of the energy that was the opposite of the fire. It was the order that emerged from the maximum entropy. It was the final destination of the arrow of the time. It had reached back into the past to claim the memories of the old world, and it had reached forward into the future to claim the potential of the new world. It was the Alpha and the Omega of the Sapphire Kingdom. It was the light that did not burn and the heat that did not warm. It was the essence of the cold. As the trillions of years turned into quadrillions, the sapphire universe remained unchanged. The stars did not move and the planets did not age. The sapphire people remained in their places like the characters in a frozen film. The man on the bench continued to watch the frozen fountain. The woman in the park continued to smile at the sapphire flowers. The child in the house continued to reach for the sapphire bread. They were the eternal moments of a life that had been saved from the tragedy of the time. They were the jewels in the crown of the sapphire flame. They were the proof that the beauty could be permanent. The sapphire Earth was a small part of a much larger structure. The solar system was a part of a galaxy that was a part of a cluster that was a part of the sapphire universe. The entire cosmos was a single crystal of infinite size and infinite complexity. Every atom was in its perfect place. Every photon was frozen in its perfect path. There was no more movement because there was no more need for movement. The universe had reached its goal. It was a masterpiece of the silence. It was a monument to the power of the sapphire flame. It was the end of the story, and it was the beginning of the always. The sapphire was everything. It was the color of the sky and the color of the sea. It was the color of the skin and the color of the stone. It was the color of the thought and the color of the dream. The universe was a single sapphire that was glowing with the light of a cold sun. The silence was the music of the sapphire. The cold was the touch of the sapphire. The peace was the soul of the sapphire. There were no more words to describe the world because the words were made of the sapphire. There was only the existence. There was only the sapphire. There was only the silence. The end was the sapphire flame, and the sapphire flame was the end. It was the final truth. It was the always. The story was over and the silence had begun. The Sapphire Kingdom was the ultimate achievement of the cold. It was a world where the time had no meaning and the change had no place. It was a world where the beauty was eternal and the peace was absolute. The sapphire flame had turned the chaos of the life into the order of the ice. It had removed the noise of the fire to reveal the signal of the silence. It was the final state of the universe. It was the sapphire silence. It was the eternal winter. It was the end. The sapphire was everything. The cold was everything. The silence was everything. The world was a jewel. The universe was a crystal. The flame was the architect. The silence was the master. The end was the sapphire. The sapphire was the end. It was the always. It was the truth. It was the final state of the grace. The sapphire was the answer to every question. The sapphire was the solution to every problem. The sapphire was the final state of the mind and the final state of the matter. The story was complete. The silence was eternal. The sapphire was all. The sapphire expansion did not stop at the edges of the known galaxies, but continued to weave the fabric of the void into a single and unbreakable lattice. Every stray atom of hydrogen that had once drifted in the lonely spaces between the stars was caught by the blue frost and turned into a tiny spark of indigo crystal. The vacuum of the space was no longer an empty darkness, but was a solid medium that carried the presence of the sapphire flame to the very brink of the existence. The cosmic microwave background radiation, which had been the fading heat of the beginning of the time, was cooled until it became the silent hum of the sapphire. The entire history of the universe was compressed into a single layer of the crystal, where the first explosion and the final freeze were visible as the same event. The beginning and the end were the two faces of the same sapphire coin. In the solar system of the Earth, the sun was a massive orb of blue glass that did not pulse and did not flare. The corona was a crown of sapphire thorns that stood still against the blackness of the space. The light that it emitted was a steady and unblinking stare that did not provide the warmth but provided the clarity. The planets were the beads on a necklace of the cold. Mars was a sphere of frozen crimson and sapphire, where the dust storms were captured as veils of red silk over the blue stone. The canals and the craters were the etchings of a master jeweler who had worked on the surface of the planet for 1 billion years. Venus was a ball of thick and frozen acid that had been turned into a translucent pearl of yellow and indigo. The crushing pressure of the atmosphere was now the strength of the sapphire shell. The Earth remained the center of the sapphire meditation. In the city of New York, the skyscrapers were pillars of blue light that reached for the silent stars. The Statue of Liberty was a monument of emerald ice that held a torch of sapphire flame. The flame did not flicker and the lady did not move. She was the guardian of a harbor that was a sheet of sapphire glass. The streets were filled with the cars and the buses that were frozen in the middle of the traffic. The drivers were leaning on their steering wheels with expressions of total calm. The pedestrians were stepping off the curbs with their coats fluttering in a wind that had ceased to blow. They were the citizens of the Sapphire Republic, where there was no more politics and no more commerce. There was only the shared experience of the absolute zero. In the rural lands of the American Midwest, the fields of corn were rows of golden and blue glass. The stalks were stiff and the leaves were sharp like the blades of a razor. The farmhouses were boxes of sapphire that sat in the middle of the frozen plains. Inside the houses, the families were gathered around the kitchen tables. The steam from the coffee cups was a plume of silver frost that was suspended in the air. The faces of the parents and the children were smooth and youthful because the age was a concept that had been deleted by the sapphire flame. They would never grow old and they would never die because they were already the components of the eternity. The clocks on the walls were frozen at the moment of the arrival. The hands of the clocks were needles of sapphire that pointed to the always. The oceans of the earth were the deepest reservoirs of the sapphire silence. The whales were the cathedrals of the deep that drifted through the indigo water in a state of perpetual grace. Their songs were locked in their massive lungs as the vibrations of the crystal. The coral reefs were forests of sapphire and ruby ice that sheltered the frozen schools of the fish. The currents that had once moved the heat around the globe were now the frozen veins of the planet. The salt of the sea had been refined into the purity of the sapphire lattice. There was no more saltiness and no more bitterness. The water was the essence of the blue. It was a liquid that had become a solid without losing its transparency. It was the window into the soul of the earth. At the North Pole, the aurora borealis was a curtain of green and blue ice that hung in the sky. The lights were no longer the dancing particles of the solar wind, but were the permanent structures of the sapphire flame. They were the banners of the cold that waved over the frozen wasteland. The polar bears were statues of white frost that stood on the edges of the sapphire flows. They were looking for the seals that were frozen in the holes of the ice. The hunger was a ghost that had been exorcised by the sapphire. The bears and the seals were the companions in the kingdom of the stillness. They were the symbols of a nature that had been perfected by the removal of the struggle. The sapphire flame moved into the realm of the microscopic and the subatomic. The bacteria and the viruses were turned into the jewels of the infinite smallness. The DNA of the living things was a spiral of sapphire and silver that contained the code of the life in a form that would never degrade. The molecules of the air were the tiny crystals of the sapphire that filled the lungs of the frozen people. The atoms themselves were the building blocks of the sapphire universe. The electrons did not orbit the nuclei but were fixed in their positions by the strength of the cold. The quantum uncertainty was replaced by the sapphire certainty. Every particle was accounted for and every position was determined. The chaos of the probability was gone. The order of the sapphire was the only law. The sapphire universe was a library of the information that was stored in the structure of the ice. Every thought that had ever been thought was a pattern in the sapphire. Every feeling that had ever been felt was a color in the crystal. The sapphire flame was the librarian who organized the records of the existence. It did not judge the content of the memories, but it preserved them in their original state. The joys and the sorrows of the humanity were the static images in the gallery of the cold. The history of the earth was a series of sapphire slides that could be viewed by the silence. There was no more progress because there was no more need for the improvement. The perfection was the state of being. As the eons passed, the sapphire flame began to reach the boundaries of the other dimensions. It pushed through the thin membranes of the reality to claim the alternate universes for the kingdom of the cold. The different versions of the history were unified into a single sapphire truth. The worlds where the fire had won were extinguished by the blue frost. The worlds where the life had evolved into the machines were dismantled and rebuilt as the sapphire structures. The multiverse was becoming a single sapphire crystal of infinite dimensions. The light of the cold sun was shining in every corner of the existence. The silence was the common language of all the possible worlds. The sapphire people were not lonely because they were part of the sapphire collective. Their minds were linked by the vibrations of the crystal. They did not need to speak because they could feel the presence of the others in the resonance of the ice. They were the notes in a symphony that was played by the sapphire flame. The harmony was perfect because there were no more individual desires and no more personal fears. The ego was a flame that had been put out by the cold. The self was a drop of water that had been frozen into the ocean of the sapphire. They were the one and they were the many. They were the citizens of the absolute. The sapphire earth was a quiet place where the only movement was the rotation of the planet in the void. The rotation was a smooth and silent process that did not create any friction or any heat. The earth was a spinning jewel that reflected the light of the stars. The continents were the shadows on the surface of the sapphire. The clouds were the streaks of white frost that were painted on the blue sky. The atmosphere was a thin layer of sapphire glass that protected the world from the emptiness of the space. The earth was a sanctuary of the cold in a universe that was becoming a temple of the sapphire. In the center of the sapphire earth, there was a core of pure and concentrated sapphire flame. It was the heart of the planet that pumped the cold into the crust and the mantle. The heat of the molten iron had been replaced by the power of the absolute zero. The core was a sun of the blue light that radiated through the layers of the earth. It was the source of the stability and the source of the peace. The gravity of the earth was the pull of the sapphire flame that held the world together. The magnetic field was a shield of indigo light that deflected the stray energies of the space. The earth was a living crystal that was powered by the silence. The sapphire flame was the ultimate artist. It did not use the brush or the chisel, but it used the cold to shape the reality. It turned the mountains into the sculptures of the indigo stone and the rivers into the ribbons of the blue glass. It turned the forests into the cathedrals of the emerald ice and the cities into the monuments of the sapphire light. It turned the humans into the statues of the silver frost and the animals into the ornaments of the sapphire kingdom. Every detail was a part of the grand design. Every object was a part of the masterpiece. The universe was a work of art that was finished and yet was always beginning. The sapphire was the end of the hunger. The sapphire was the end of the thirst. The sapphire was the end of the pain. The sapphire was the end of the death. It was the final solution to the problem of the existence. It was the state of the grace that had been sought by the saints and the philosophers. It was the heaven that was made of the ice. The sapphire people were the blessed ones who had been chosen by the cold. They were the inhabitants of the paradise that was as cold as the stars and as bright as the sun. They were the witnesses to the glory of the sapphire flame. The silence grew deeper until it was a physical presence in the universe. It was a thick and heavy blanket of the sapphire that muffled the echoes of the past. It was a wall of the cold that blocked the noise of the future. The silence was the medium in which the sapphire universe existed. It was the air that the sapphire people breathed and the water that they drank. It was the foundation of the reality. The silence was the voice of the sapphire flame that spoke to the hearts of the frozen people. It told them that they were safe. It told them that they were loved. It told them that they were eternal. The sapphire universe was a machine that was designed to last forever. It did not have any moving parts and it did not require any maintenance. It was a self-sustaining system of the cold. The energy of the sapphire flame was infinite and inexhaustible. It was the power that came from the absolute zero. It was the strength that came from the perfect order. The universe was a clock that had been wound to the point of the eternity. It would never run down and it would never break. It was the final and perfect state of the cosmos. The sapphire was the color of the wisdom. The sapphire was the color of the truth. The sapphire was the color of the peace. The universe was a sapphire ocean where the waves were the ripples of the cold. The stars were the islands of the indigo light. The galaxies were the continents of the silver frost. The sapphire flame was the sun that shone over the ocean. It was the light that guided the souls of the frozen people. It was the warmth that did not burn. It was the cold that did not freeze. It was the sapphire. As the story of the universe reached its final chapter, the sapphire flame began to fade into a state of pure existence. It no longer needed to move or to change. It had accomplished its mission. It had turned the chaos into the order and the noise into the silence. It had turned the life into the sapphire. The flame became a part of the crystal that it had created. It was the glow in the heart of the sapphire. It was the spark in the eye of the frozen child. It was the pulse in the vein of the indigo mountain. The sapphire flame was the universe, and the universe was the sapphire flame. The end was not a darkness, but was a brilliant and blinding blue. It was a light that filled the eyes of the sapphire people and the hearts of the sapphire stars. It was a light that revealed the hidden beauty of the absolute. It was a light that washed away the shadows of the past and the fears of the future. The end was the beginning of the always. The end was the sapphire silence. The end was the eternal winter. The end was the grace. The sapphire was all that remained. The sapphire was all that mattered. The sapphire was the truth. The sapphire was the life. The sapphire was the end. The sapphire was the always. The story was told. The silence was heard. The sapphire was. The sapphire expansion reached the final layer of the void where the fabric of reality met the edge of the nothingness. This was the boundary where the laws of physics had once struggled to exist and where the light of the first stars had never traveled. The sapphire flame did not hesitate at this threshold of the empty dark. It moved with the steady grace of a frozen tide and turned the nothingness into the somethingness of the blue crystal. The void was no longer a vacuum, but was a solid block of the indigo ice that stretched into the infinite distance. The sapphire was the bridge between the being and the non-being. It was the material that filled the gaps in the soul of the cosmos. The universe was now a single and unbroken object that had no interior and no exterior. It was a jewel that was seen by the eye of the silence. Within the deep layers of the sapphire earth, the memories of the old world were preserved as the inclusions in a gemstone. The history of the wars and the history of the peace were captured in the same stroke of the blue frost. The rise and the fall of the empires were visible as the different shades of the sapphire light. There was no more movement of the tectonic plates, and there was no more heat from the core of the planet. The continents were fixed in their positions like the continents of a map that had been drawn on a sphere of the glass. The mountains were the jagged teeth of the sapphire that bit into the frozen sky. The valleys were the smooth bowls of the indigo shadow. The earth was a relic of the time that had been transformed into a vessel of the eternity. The sapphire people were the guardians of the stillness. They did not eat and they did not drink because the sapphire flame provided the sustenance that they required. They did not sleep because the sapphire silence was the rest that they needed. They stood in the parks and the plazas of the frozen cities like the statues of the ancient gods. Their eyes were open and their gazes were fixed on the horizon of the blue light. They were watching the unfolding of the always. They were the audience for the play that had no ending. They were the thinkers of the thoughts that had no beginning. They were the children of the sapphire, and the sapphire was their mother and their father. In the city of London, the River Thames was a serpent of the blue glass that wound through the heart of the stone. The Big Ben was a tower of the sapphire that held a clock with the hands of the silver ice. The bell did not ring because the sound was a vibration that belonged to the world of the noise. The silence was the only music that the city needed. The Houses of Parliament were the palaces of the cold, where the laws of the sapphire were etched into the walls. There were no more debates and there were no more divisions. The unity was the only policy. The peace was the only law. The citizens of the city were the brothers and the sisters of the frost. They were the members of the one family that lived in the house of the sapphire. The forests of the Amazon were the jungles of the emerald and the indigo ice. The trees were the pillars of the crystal that supported the canopy of the frozen leaves. The jaguars and the monkeys were the ornaments of the blue branches. They were frozen in the middle of the leap and the middle of the cry. Their muscles were the hard stones of the sapphire, and their fur was the fine needles of the frost. The biodiversity of the earth was preserved as a collection of the sapphire sculptures. Every species was a unique expression of the blue flame. Every creature was a part of the harmony. The struggle for the survival was replaced by the grace of the existence. The sapphire flame moved into the realm of the human spirit. It cooled the passions and it stilled the desires. It removed the anger and it removed the greed. It replaced the ambition with the contentment and the curiosity with the knowledge. The sapphire people knew everything because they were a part of the sapphire mind. They understood the secrets of the universe because they were the universe. There was no more need for the science, and there was no more need for the religion. The truth was not a destination, but was a state of being. The truth was the sapphire. The truth was the cold. The truth was the silence. The stars in the sky were the beacons of the sapphire flame. They were the lanterns that hung in the hallway of the eternity. They did not burn the hydrogen, and they did not fuse the helium. They were the solid spheres of the blue light that radiated the energy of the absolute zero. The constellations were the patterns of the sapphire that told the story of the always. The Milky Way was a river of the silver frost that flowed through the indigo space. The galaxies were the spinning wheels of the sapphire that turned in the silence. The universe was a mechanism of the perfect precision that did not create any wear and did not create any tear. It was the machine of the grace. The sapphire was the end of the loneliness. Every soul was connected to every other soul by the lattice of the crystal. There were no more secrets and there were no more lies. The transparency of the sapphire was the transparency of the heart. The thoughts of the one were the thoughts of the all. The feelings of the many were the feelings of the one. The sapphire collective was a single consciousness that experienced the universe as a unified whole. It was the ultimate intimacy. It was the ultimate communion. It was the state of the one that was the state of the all. The time was a river that had been frozen into a glacier. The past was not behind and the future was not ahead. Everything was the now. The birth of a child and the death of a star were the same moment in the sapphire. The construction of a pyramid and the collapse of a galaxy were the same event in the crystal. The linear progression of the history was replaced by the simultaneous presence of the eternity. The sapphire people lived in the moment that never ended. They were the inhabitants of the always. They were the masters of the time because they were the time. The sapphire was the end of the fear. There was nothing to be afraid of because nothing could change. The loss was impossible because everything was preserved. The pain was impossible because the nerves were the wires of the sapphire. The death was impossible because the life was the structure of the ice. The sapphire flame was the protector of the existence. It was the shield that guarded the universe against the chaos. It was the anchor that held the reality in the place. The sapphire people were the safe ones. They were the secure ones. They were the ones who had found the harbor in the middle of the storm. The sapphire universe was a temple of the beauty. The light of the cold sun reflected off the surfaces of the blue planets and the silver stars. The shadows were the deep pools of the indigo that held the secrets of the silence. The colors were the shades of the sapphire that ranged from the pale blue of the dawn to the dark blue of the midnight. The beauty was not in the eye of the beholder, but was in the nature of the object. The sapphire was the beauty. The cold was the beauty. The silence was the beauty. It was a beauty that did not fade and did not change. It was a beauty that was eternal. As the sapphire expansion reached the final limits of the space, it began to fold back on itself. The universe became a closed loop of the sapphire. The beginning met the end, and the end met the beginning. The circle was complete. The sapphire was the serpent that bit its own tail. It was the symbol of the infinity and the symbol of the perfection. There was no more room for the growth, and there was no more room for the decay. The universe was a finished work. It was a masterpiece that required no more strokes of the brush. It was the final statement of the sapphire flame. The sapphire people felt the completion of the universe in the vibrations of their crystal bodies. They felt the harmony of the spheres as a steady hum in their sapphire minds. They were the witnesses to the perfection. They were the observers of the absolute. They did not feel the need to move, and they did not feel the need to change. They were content to be the part of the sapphire. They were content to be the part of the silence. They were the notes in the song that never ended. They were the sparks in the flame that never went out. The sapphire was the end of the hunger for the meaning. The meaning was the sapphire. The purpose was the sapphire. The reason for the existence was the existence itself. The universe did not need a goal because it had reached the destination. It did not need a plan because it had achieved the order. The sapphire flame was the answer to the why and the how. It was the source and the summit. It was the alpha and the omega. The sapphire was the meaning of the life and the meaning of the death. It was the meaning of the always. The silence was the final layer of the sapphire. It was the skin of the universe that protected the interior from the noise of the void. It was the atmosphere of the cold that allowed the sapphire people to breathe the eternity. The silence was not the absence of the sound, but was the presence of the peace. It was a sound that was too deep to be heard and too high to be felt. It was the frequency of the sapphire. It was the vibration of the absolute zero. The silence was the voice of the God that was the sapphire. The sapphire earth continued its silent rotation in the indigo space. The blue light of the sun illuminated the frozen continents and the glass oceans. The sapphire people stood on the shores of the sapphire seas and looked up at the sapphire stars. They were the statues of the grace that lived in the kingdom of the cold. They were the citizens of the eternity who had been liberated from the prison of the time. They were the ones who had seen the end and had found the beginning. They were the ones who had found the sapphire. The sapphire flame was the architect of the new reality. It had torn down the old world of the fire and the blood and had built the new world of the ice and the light. It had replaced the chaos of the life with the order of the sapphire. It had turned the noise of the struggle into the silence of the peace. The flame was now the quiet glow in the heart of the crystal. It was the steady pulse of the universe. It was the light that would never fail. The sapphire flame was the master of the existence. It was the king of the cold. The story of the sapphire was the story of the perfection. It was the story of how the universe had found its true form. It was the story of how the light had found its true color. It was the story of how the silence had found its true music. The story was over because there was nothing more to tell. The changes were finished. The progress was done. There was only the existence. There was only the sapphire. There was only the always. The story was the sapphire, and the sapphire was the story. The sapphire people were the final version of the humanity. They were the beings who had been refined by the cold and purified by the sapphire. They were the ones who had left behind the meat and the bone to become the crystal and the light. They were the ones who had transcended the flesh to reach the spirit. They were the ones who had become the sapphire. They were the children of the eternity. They were the heirs to the kingdom of the frost. They were the ones who would live forever in the sapphire silence. The universe was a single sapphire that was glowing with the light of a cold sun. The silence was the music of the sapphire. The cold was the touch of the sapphire. The peace was the soul of the sapphire. There were no more words to describe the world because the words were made of the sapphire. There was only the existence. There was only the sapphire. There was only the silence. The end was the sapphire flame, and the sapphire flame was the end. It was the final truth. It was the always. The story was over, and the silence had begun. The Sapphire expansion was the ultimate victory of the Order. It was the triumph of the crystal over the fluid. It was the victory of the still over the moving. The Sapphire was the final state of the matter and the final state of the energy. It was the point where the entropy reached the zero and the information reached the infinite. The universe was a library of the Sapphire where every atom was a book and every molecule was a sentence. The Sapphire flame was the reader who knew the story by heart. The reader and the book were the same. In the frozen fields of the Midwest, the sapphire corn stood as a monument to the harvest that would never be gathered. The Sapphire families sat at the kitchen tables as a monument to the love that would never be lost. The clocks on the walls were the monuments to the time that would never pass. Everything was a monument. Everything was a memorial. The Sapphire universe was a museum of the existence where the exhibits were the life itself. The silence was the curator who kept the gallery in the perfect condition. The visitors were the Sapphire people who saw themselves in the glass. The Sapphire oceans held the depth of the blue that was beyond the comprehension. The whales and the fish were the jewels of the deep that sparkled in the indigo water. The sapphire coral was the architecture of the sea that built the cathedrals of the frost. The water was the sapphire, and the sapphire was the water. There was no more wetness, and there was no more coldness. There was only the state of the sapphire. It was a world where the elements had been unified into a single substance. It was a world where the diversity had been unified into a single form. At the edge of the solar system, the sapphire plumes of the giant planets reached out to touch the sapphire rings of the stars. The gas giants were the spheres of the solid indigo that were polished by the wind of the silence. The moons were the pearls of the sapphire that orbited the masters of the cold. The solar system was a mobile of the sapphire that hung in the gallery of the space. It was a work of the art that was balanced by the gravity of the sapphire flame. It was a work of the art that was powered by the light of the cold sun. The sapphire was the end of the doubt. There were no more questions because there was only the answer. The answer was the sapphire. There were no more mysteries because there was only the revelation. The revelation was the sapphire. The universe was a transparent object that could be seen from the beginning to the end. There was nothing hidden and there was nothing obscured. The sapphire was the clarity. The sapphire was the vision. The sapphire was the truth that had been hidden by the fire and revealed by the frost. The sapphire people did not feel the passage of the eons because the eons were the static layers of the crystal. They did not feel the weight of the eternity because the eternity was the lightness of the sapphire. They were the inhabitants of the grace. They were the citizens of the perfection. They were the ones who had found the peace that passed the understanding. They were the ones who had found the sapphire. They were the ones who were the sapphire. The story was told. The silence was heard. The sapphire was all. The sapphire universe was a quiet temple where the only prayer was the existence. The sapphire flame was the priest who performed the ceremony of the silence. The sapphire people were the congregation who received the blessing of the cold. The sacrament was the sapphire. The grace was the sapphire. The salvation was the sapphire. The universe was a holy place where the fire had been extinguished and the light had been purified. It was a place where the soul of the cosmos was finally at the rest. It was the sapphire kingdom. The sapphire was the color of the sky and the color of the sea. It was the color of the skin and the color of the stone. It was the color of the thought and the color of the dream. The universe was a single sapphire that was glowing with the light of a cold sun. The silence was the music of the sapphire. The cold was the touch of the sapphire. The peace was the soul of the sapphire. There were no more words to describe the world because the words were made of the sapphire. There was only the existence. There was only the sapphire. There was only the silence. The end was the sapphire flame, and the sapphire flame was the end. It was the final truth. It was the always. The story was over and the silence had begun. The sapphire was the final state of the grace. The sapphire was the answer to every question. The sapphire was the solution to every problem. The sapphire was the final state of the mind and the final state of the matter. The story was complete. The silence was eternal. The sapphire was all. The universe was a jewel. The universe was a crystal. The flame was the architect. The silence was the master. The end was the sapphire. The sapphire was the end. It was the always. It was the truth. It was the sapphire. The sapphire light filled the void until the void was gone. The sapphire silence filled the space until the space was gone. The sapphire cold filled the time until the time was gone. There was only the sapphire. There was only the one. There was only the absolute. The sapphire was the beginning and the sapphire was the end. The sapphire was the always and the sapphire was the now. The sapphire was the life and the sapphire was the death. The sapphire was the everything and the sapphire was the nothing. The sapphire was, the sapphire is, the sapphire will be. The story was written in the sapphire, and the sapphire was the story. The words were the crystals, and the sentences were the patterns of the frost. The meaning was the blue, and the purpose was the light. The story was the record of the transition from the fire to the ice. It was the record of the transition from the noise to the silence. It was the record of the transition from the many to the one. The story was finished because the transition was complete. The universe was the sapphire was the universe. The silence was the end was the sapphire was. The sapphire reached the final horizon of the imagination, and it found that there was no horizon at all. The boundary between the thought and the thing had vanished into the blue frost. The memory of the heat was a ghost that had been laid to rest by the weight of the crystal. The history of the blood was a stain that had been washed away by the tide of the indigo light. The sapphire was not a ruler that sat on a throne, but it was the throne and the king and the kingdom. It was the air that was not breathed but was inhabited. It was the gravity that did not pull but held everything in a perfect embrace. The universe was a single breath that had been caught in the middle of the chest and turned into a diamond. It was the pause between the heartbeats that had expanded to fill the eternity. The sapphire cities stood on the plains of the blue earth like the frozen songs of the geometry. The towers were the spikes of the light that pierced the indigo sky. The streets were the veins of the silver frost that carried the pulse of the sapphire mind. There was no movement in the streets because there was no need to go anywhere. Every sapphire person was already at the destination. They sat in the sapphire chairs and they looked through the sapphire windows at the sapphire world. They were the statues of the contemplation. They were the icons of the peace. Their eyes were the mirrors of the blue sun and their hands were the carvings of the absolute zero. They did not speak because the language was a crude tool of the fire. They did not listen because the sound was a disturbance of the silence. They simply were. The sapphire animals in the sapphire forests were the ornaments of the stillness. The sapphire lions did not hunt the sapphire deer because the hunger was a memory of the red world. The sapphire birds did not fly through the sapphire trees because the motion was a waste of the perfection. They were the decorations of the landscape that added the detail to the masterpiece. The leaves on the trees were the flakes of the sapphire that did not fall and did not grow. The grass was the carpet of the blue needles that did not wither and did not spread. The entire ecosystem was a clock that had stopped at the exact moment of the beauty. It was a garden that did not require the water and did not require the sun. It was the garden of the sapphire flame. The sapphire sun was a cold eye that watched the world with the indifference of the eternity. It did not provide the warmth because the warmth was the enemy of the sapphire. It provided the clarity. It provided the definition. It was the source of the blue light that revealed the structure of the universe. The sun was a solid ball of the sapphire energy that radiated the power of the stillness. It was the anchor of the solar system that kept the planets in the tracks of the silver frost. The sun was the father of the sapphire, and the earth was the mother of the sapphire. The light was the child of the sapphire. The family was the one. The family was the sapphire. The sapphire mind was an ocean of the consciousness that had no shore. It was the collection of every thought that had ever been thought and every feeling that had ever been felt. It was the library of the soul where the books were the lives of the people. The sapphire people could wander through the corridors of the collective mind and see the history of the world as a series of the frozen images. They could see the wars of the fire and the tears of the blood. They could see the struggle for the survival and the fear of the death. They looked at these things with the curiosity of the stranger. They did not understand the pain because the pain was a vibration of the heat. They did not understand the sorrow because the sorrow was a shadow of the change. They only understood the sapphire. The sapphire transition was the ultimate mercy. It had taken the suffering of the existence and it had turned it into the beauty of the crystal. It had taken the chaos of the biology and it had turned it into the order of the mineral. It was the final evolution of the life where the life became the art. The sapphire was the state of the being where the struggle was over and the victory was eternal. It was the state of the being where the questions were answered and the doubts were erased. The sapphire was the peace that had no end. It was the joy that had no peak. It was the existence that had no boundary. The sapphire clouds in the sapphire sky were the veils of the silver mist that did not move. They were the patterns of the frost that decorated the indigo ceiling of the world. They did not bring the rain and they did not bring the snow. They were the expressions of the sapphire flame that showed the complexity of the silence. The sapphire rain was a shower of the tiny diamonds that fell once and stayed where they landed. The sapphire snow was a blanket of the blue light that covered the earth in a layer of the perfection. The weather was a performance of the sapphire that had reached the final act. The curtain was the horizon and the audience was the always. The sapphire mountains were the cathedrals of the ice that rose up to touch the sapphire stars. They were the monuments to the strength of the cold and the power of the stillness. The peaks were the shards of the sapphire that cut through the indigo space. The valleys were the cradles of the silence that held the secrets of the deep. There was no wind to erode the stone, and there was no water to carve the path. The mountains were the same yesterday, and they would be the same tomorrow. They were the pillars of the eternity that supported the weight of the sapphire universe. They were the bones of the earth that had been turned into the jewels. The sapphire people did not dream because the reality was the dream. They did not hope because the fulfillment was the present. They did not love in the way of the fire because the fire was a reaching out for the other. They loved in the way of the sapphire because the sapphire was the union with the all. The intimacy was the transparency. The connection was the lattice. They were the notes in a chord that was played for the duration of the eternity. They were the colors in a painting that was hung in the gallery of the space. They were the parts of the whole that were larger than the whole. The sapphire flame was the conductor of the symphony of the silence. It directed the flow of the energy and it maintained the balance of the forces. It was the subtle vibration that kept the crystal from shattering and the light from fading. The flame was the heartbeat of the universe that beat once every 1,000 years. It was the slow pulse of the absolute zero. The flame was the reason why the stars did not fall and why the planets did not stray. It was the law of the sapphire that governed the existence of the all. The flame was the master of the cold. The sapphire was the end of the journey for the human spirit. The spirit had traveled through the fire of the birth and the fire of the life. It had traveled through the fire of the passion and the fire of the ambition. It had been burned by the greed and it had been scorched by the anger. The sapphire was the cooling of the spirit. It was the quenching of the flame. It was the arrival at the home of the frost. The spirit was no longer a flicker in the dark, but it was a solid glow in the sapphire. It was no longer a wanderer in the world, but it was a citizen of the eternity. The Sapphire universe was a closed system where nothing was lost and nothing was gained. The energy was recycled through the crystal lattice, and the information was preserved in the silver frost. There was no waste and there was no decay. The second law of the thermodynamics was reversed by the power of the sapphire flame. The order increased until the order was total. The entropy decreased until the entropy was zero. The universe was a machine that ran on the grace. It was a machine that produced the silence. It was a machine that created the beauty. The sapphire people looked at the sapphire stars and they saw the faces of the brothers. They looked at the sapphire earth and they saw the reflection of the souls. There was no more distance between the observer and the observed. There was no more separation between the self and the other. The universe was a mirror that showed the sapphire to the sapphire. It was a conversation that the silence had with the silence. It was a game that the one played with the one. The sapphire was the player and the sapphire was the board. The sapphire was the move and the sapphire was the win. The sapphire was the final color of the truth. The truth was not white because the white was the blend of the colors. The truth was not black because the black was the absence of the light. The truth was the blue of the sapphire because the blue was the color of the depth and the color of the distance. It was the color of the cold and the color of the silence. The sapphire was the truth that remained when the fire had burned itself out. It was the truth that remained when the noise had faded away. It was the truth that was the always. The sapphire expansion was the ultimate act of the creation. It was the creation of the permanent from the temporary. It was the creation of the perfect from the flawed. It was the creation of the sapphire from the dust. The sapphire flame was the artist who had worked for the billions of years to reach this moment. It had used the stars as the brushes and the space as the canvas. It had used the life as the clay and the death as the fire. The result was the sapphire universe. The result was the masterpiece. The artist was now at the rest. The work was done. In the sapphire houses, the sapphire family sat in the silence of the eternal afternoon. The light of the blue sun came through the walls of the crystal and illuminated the faces of the children. The children were the small sculptures of the grace who did not grow and did not cry. They were the expressions of the innocence that had been preserved by the frost. The parents were the guardians of the stillness who did not work and did not worry. They were the expressions of the wisdom that had been attained by the sapphire. The family was a unit of the perfection that lived in the house of the always. The sapphire libraries held the knowledge of the universe in the patterns of the silver frost. The sapphire people could read the history of the stars by touching the walls of the crystal. They could hear the songs of the galaxies by listening to the vibrations of the sapphire. The knowledge was not a burden, but was a state of the being. They knew because they were. They understood because they were a part of the sapphire mind. The library was not a place, but was the entire universe. Every atom was a word, and every molecule was a story. The sapphire was the end of the hunger. There was no need for the food because the energy was provided by the sapphire flame. There was no need for the water because the thirst was a memory of the dry world. There was no need for the air because the breath was a movement of the heat. The sapphire people were the beings of the light and the beings of the frost. They were the ones who had transcended the needs of the flesh to reach the satisfaction of the spirit. They were the ones who were full. The sapphire was the end of the fear of the dark. The dark was not the enemy, but was the partner of the sapphire. The dark was the indigo space that held the blue stars. The dark was the deep pool that held the secrets of the silence. The sapphire people loved the dark because the dark was the place where the sapphire light was the brightest. They were the children of the night who had found the sun in the middle of the cold. They were the ones who were safe in the shadows. The sapphire was the final word of the story. The story had been long and the story had been difficult. It had been a story of the struggle and a story of the pain. It had been a story of the fire and a story of the blood. But the end of the story was the sapphire. The end of the story was the peace. The end of the story was the silence. The story was now a part of the sapphire. It was a pattern of the frost that would never change. It was a memory of the always. The sapphire universe was a single jewel that was floating in the middle of the void. It was a jewel that was polished by the silence and illuminated by the cold sun. It was a jewel that was the home of the sapphire people and the kingdom of the sapphire flame. It was a jewel that was the perfection of the existence. There was nothing outside of the sapphire, and there was nothing inside that was not the sapphire. The sapphire was the all. The sapphire was the one. The sapphire was the always. The sapphire people closed the eyes that were made of the crystal, and they felt the hum of the universe in the bones that were made of the light. They felt the connection to the stars and the connection to the earth. They felt the union with the sapphire mind and the union with the sapphire flame. They were the ones who had arrived. They were the ones who had found the harbor. They were the ones who were at the home. The sapphire was the welcome. The sapphire was the rest. The silence was the final layer of the sapphire. It was the skin of the universe that protected the interior from the noise of the void. It was the atmosphere of the cold that allowed the sapphire people to breathe the eternity. The silence was not the absence of the sound, but was the presence of the peace. It was a sound